Good evening, everyone. Welcome. It is Wednesday, May 10th, 2023, and I'll call to order this regular session of the City of Bloomington Common Council. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty?
Here.
Rosenberger?
Here.
Sims?
Here.
Piedmont Smith?
Here.
Scambalori?
Here.
Rallo?
Here.
Sandberg?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
And Bolin?
Here.
Thank you. And we'll begin with our land and labor acknowledgement. We recognize that the City of Bloomington sits on native land. The city, as well as city administrative buildings, are on the traditional homelands of the Miami, Delaware, Potawatomi, and Shawnee people, and we acknowledge that they are past, present, and future caretakers of this land. We also acknowledge that much of the economic progress and development in Indiana, and specifically Bloomington, resulted from the unpaid labor and forced servitude of people of color, specifically enslaved African labor. We acknowledge that this land remains home to and a site of gathering and healing for many Indigenous and other people of color, and commit to the work necessary to create and promote a more equitable and just Bloomington. We move forward knowing and acknowledging our rich, complicated, and sometimes painful past so that we can learn from it and create a true land of opportunity. Moving into the agenda summation, we have one set of minutes for approval this evening. We will then move into reports, including reports from council members, 2 reports from the mayor and city offices, 1 addressing deer feeding, and then a status report on plexes and ADUs per ordinance 2123. We'll then take up any reports from council committees and then come to our first of 2 periods of public comment. We'll then take up appointments to boards and commissions. In addition to appointments, we included there also is the approval of a bylaws amendment for the City of Bloomington Capital Improvements, Inc. We then take up legislation for second readings and resolutions. Included there is Ordinance 2310 to amend Title 20 of the Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding amendments and updates set forth in Bloomington Municipal Code 20.03 and 20.04. Next is Ordinance 23-08 to amend the Traffic Calming and Greenways Program incorporated by reference into Title 15, Vehicles and Traffic of the Bloomington Municipal Code, regarding amending the Traffic Calming and Greenways Program incorporated by reference into Bloomington Municipal Code, Section 15.26.020. We'll then take up legislation for first readings. Included there is Appropriation Ordinance 23-04 to specially appropriate from the General Fund, ARPA State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, Parks and Recreation General Fund, and Motor Vehicle Highway Street Fund expenditures not otherwise appropriated, appropriating a portion of the amount of funds reverted to various city funds at the end of 2022 for unmet needs in 2023. We'll then come to our second of 2 periods of public comment. We'll take up matters of council schedule, and then we will adjourn. So with that, let's move to approval of minutes.
Madam President, I move the approval of the regular session council minutes of 18th of May, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any? Oh, we do need a roll call vote. You're right. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Rosenberger?
Yes.
Sims?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Scambalori?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Sandberg?
Yes.
Sims? Or Smith, sorry.
Yes.
And Bolin?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Thank you. I may need that reminder once in a while. So, okay. That takes us to reports, including reports from council members. We'll start there. I'll start on my far left with Councilmember Voland.
No report.
Councilmember Smith.
No report.
Councilmember Sandberg.
No report, thanks.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
No report. Oh, actually, I do have a constituent meeting on Saturday at 11 a.m., and that'll be a hybrid meeting to take place via Zoom and also in the McCloskey Room 135 of City Hall. And you can find the Zoom link at bloomington.in.gov/council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sims?
Give an early happy Mother's Day to all the mothers in our communities. That means grandmothers, aunts, cousins, all those that help develop our youth. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty?
No report, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo?
I have no report, thanks.
And Councilmember Rosenbarger?
No report, thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to reports from the mayor and city offices. I believe we have Mr. Sauter with us this evening for a report on addressing deer feeding.
Good evening. I'm Berto Sauter, Director of Animal Care and Control. As we previously mentioned here, the Animal Control Commission is proposing a feeding ban language to go in Title VII of the Municipal Code. We had hoped to have this before the council by this time. The Animal Control Commission did decide to bundle that change with some other changes to Title VII, including streamlining and improving our dangerous dog ordinances. We're doing that in conjunction with the Monroe County Animal Management Commission. So that took a little bit longer than we had planned. Those changes are currently with the city legal department for preparation and review by the mayor before we bring them to you all. If the feeding ban is passed, we do expect to have a fair amount of opposition to it. So in the meantime, we're working on identifying areas, people that are feeding the deer, and beginning discussions with them about the negative impacts that feeding deer can provide in preparation for that passing. I do ask, since I'm up front here, the people that if there are those in the community that are feeding deer, this is a good time to stop. Feeding deer creates abnormal movement of the deer in Bloomington and actually increases conflict between neighbors. So if we can stop feeding the deer, we can hopefully decrease our conflict around the deer and we can all enjoy their presence here in Bloomington. For those that are experiencing conflicts with deer, in 2021 we did put a U-report system in place for wildlife conflicts. That can be accessed on the City of Bloomington's website homepage by just clicking on report issue. So that has been an unutilized thing. Our office has only received 60 wildlife reports through that system since that was put in place. So we'd like to hear more if possible. So that's my brief update this evening. If I'm open to any questions, if anybody has any.
Thank you, Mr. Sauter. Questions from council? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sauter, for your brief report. I wanted to ask if you could expand just a bit about the negative impacts of feeding deer, other than the fact that if your neighbor's feeding deer, then the deer are more likely to eat whatever's on your property. You also mentioned abnormal travel patterns. Can you expand on that a little?
Yeah, so the feeding deer increases the availability of food that's not normal to their normal browsing patterns. So it tends to congregate deer and increases the amount of deer that are produced in an area because they can feed. So that's part of it. The bigger aspect of it is if they know there's food there, that's where they're going to continue to congregate for food. And it's in the neighborhoods where we have individuals who are having conflicts with the deer, we find within a few streets over, there is somebody in that neighborhood that is actively feeding.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo, and then Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. Mr. Sauter, I wanted to just have you describe, when you talk about feeding deer, that's intentional feeding, obviously, but what about, putting out food for birds? Because deer will also eat food out of bird feeders and things like that, but I assume that doesn't apply. So, and also, I assume that this is complaint driven. You won't be really patrolling Bloomington looking for a fence. You'll be hearing about people who aren't following the code through affected neighbors. Is that my understanding?
All right, so It will still be complaint-driven as far as following up. However, with our research that we've done now in Bloomington, usually when we can find somebody feeding deer in areas where we have complaints. So if we patrol those areas, we can kind of narrow down. But yes, we will be largely looking at individuals to let us know who is feeding in areas that are causing problems to follow up on that ban. As far as feeding of the birds, yes, this ban is looking directly at those that are setting food out on the ground for deer, but you are absolutely correct that bird feeders do attract deer as well. So it's not going to be a complete fix, but will at least help us to make a step forward.
And feeding probably involves salt licks too?
Correct.
Okay. May I ask one more follow-up?
Go ahead.
So I approve of this. I think it's a good idea, but ultimately I think what we need to do is get a handle on deer impact, and the first step I think is a census. Is your group looking to establish the baseline population and density in certain areas of the city so that we can sort of assess the effects of deer abundance?
So this particular feeding ban is looking more on complaints and neighborhoods issues. Part of what we are looking at in conjunction with this is putting together different individuals throughout the city departments to look at those specific issues of what other issues deer are producing when it comes to wild overbrowsing of native plants, impacts that when it comes to housing conditions, things like that. So that's still very much in the infancy. We are looking at getting some community members in place as well with IU and others to kind of, again, start figuring out what these issues are, and then looking at, like you recommended, deer counts and things like that, so we have an idea of what we're trying to achieve.
And there's a public health component on this too, because of, tick-related diseases.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last one.
There's a public health impact because of deer, ticks, and several diseases that can infect people from deer overabundance, and then, the correlation of tick abundance with deer. That's another consideration. I just wanted to affirm that.
Yeah. Of course, that's yeah, and I would say that's something that the Monroe County Health Department is already monitoring, but that would fold into this as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sims?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the report, Mrs. Howard. First, just a bit of commentary. I agree with Councilmember Rollo that not only is it a wildlife management issue, it is, through the lens I'm looking at, a public health issue. And I think at some point, and we don't wish any of this on anyone, but at some point, if you happen to have to deal with the possibilities of Lyme disease, these sorts of things, and I think you would agree with that assessment. The other commentary is I agree with the location and the density or the count whenever we can. And one of the things that concerns me, or it's all a concern, but one of the things that's been happening on 2 occasions in the last 5 weeks, I almost, or had encounter with deer on West 7th Street, one by Banneker Center and the other by, I believe it's White Oak Cemetery. One with just 2 and one with 4. And as they're leaping over, so that's my commentary. But my question or comment is, you said you anticipate it won't be a popular ban. Do you anticipate some sort of conflict? But what I'm getting at is, how do we intend, or do you all intend to educate the public in advance of this? I mean, how can we let people know what the ban hopes to solve or work toward control?
Yeah, we're putting together ideas for that, so I'd be more than happy to hear if anybody has suggestions. We're preparing flyers. We've done some of that through our social media already. If the ban happens or it looks like it's going to pass, we'll do a wider citywide mailing, either through the water bill or something like that, where we can get it out to more people. And then it's just discussion and having those discussions with people that are feeding. Feeding bans and not feeding of wildlife is something that a lot of the larger humane societies support fully as a humane way to kind of prevent and work with wildlife conflicts. So we have that piece behind us when we approach the people in Bloomington who truly love the deer and feel like they're helping them by putting that food out. I mean, this is something that they're doing because they love seeing the deer in Bloomington. They see them as a rich resource and a beautiful part of Bloomington. And it's those that are going to struggle with that change in their life.
Public education, and you said at some point, if it looks like it's gone, then we'll make it broader. I'd like the robust part to be sooner,
Okay.
because it seems to me that education will help mitigate conflict. It won't eliminate it, but I think it'll help mitigate it if people know what we're talking about, if that makes sense. And
No,
I'd like
fully,
to hear more about that as
Yeah,
well.
I fully agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Councilmember Smith?
Report. I think what I was wanting to know was how many reports have we had of people feeding deer? And can you kind of tell us in what part of the city that is, like east, west, south,
Yeah.
where's it happening?
So I'm confident it's probably happening more than we're aware. The majority of places we see it are in the southeast areas of Bloomington. So kind of Y neighborhood south is the majority that we have seen. And we have confirmed discussions with people.
About how many reports have we had?
We have, honestly, it's been about 6. A lot of these we have followed up with when it comes to complaints about herds of deer. We have gone out and started talking to people, patrolling the neighborhood, and that's how we found them
6 in this calendar year?
in the last calendar year.
Okay.
Not in this current one, last year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sauter, for being with us. We appreciate it. Okay. Next, we have a status report on plexes and ADUs per ordinance 21-23. Ms. Scanlon, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Jackie Scanlon, Development Services Manager. Council approved a change to the UDO related to duplexes and triplexes in May of 2021, which was signed into law by Mayor Hamilton in July of 2021. The ordinance contained the language, "The Planning and Transportation Department will track requests and approvals for the uses amended in this ordinance and report those findings to the Plan Commission, Administration, and Common Council every 6 months from the effective date." The ordinance made duplexes conditional in R1, R2, and R3, and triplexes conditional in R4. It also required that the conditional use approvals related to the districts R1 through R3 need to include a neighborhood meeting and be seen by the Board of Zoning Appeals as opposed to the hearing officer. The council also placed a 150-foot buffer around newly approved duplex dwellings in those districts, around which new approvals cannot be sought for 15 years, and a cap of 15 per year on the use in those districts. We reported in February of 22, September of 22, and since September of 22, the department has had 11 additional inquiries about possible duplex uses in the R1 through the R3. As last time, these inquiries range from basic questions about whether or not one is allowed to process questions to proceeding with filing. A dwelling duplex use was approved via the conditional use process by the Board of Zoning Appeals in October of 22. And a dwelling duplex use was approved via the conditional use process by the Board of Zoning Appeals in February of 23. So that is a total of 3 since the regulation was passed. We have also received one ADU permit filing since September of ’22, which leaves our number hovering around 30 for those since that regulation was changed. And we wanted to let you know that we have put together an accessory dwelling unit website, and that went live on April 11th. So that can be accessed through the Planning and Transportation Department website. It has a number of model ADUs done by local and regional architects and explains the process for both attached and detached ADUs. And I can answer any questions.
Questions from council? Councilmember Volin.
Report. So just to be clear, we put a cap of 15, first of all, you said it was 15 years, but it was 2 years. That's the limit. Let me see if I can find that again. You said that the council also placed a 150-foot buffer around newly approved duplex dwellings around which new approvals cannot be sought for 15 years.
Oh,
You
it's for
meant
2 years. And
Yeah.
then there's a cap of 15 every year.
Right, so just to clarify
Thank you.
that. But, so, again, the worry in 2021 was that duplexes would overrun the city, right? But we've got a cap of 15 per year, but we've literally had maybe 1 per year. We've had 3 so far.
Correct.
Just, and can you even say where they are in the city?
Oh, shoot, sorry, I didn't write down the locations this time. One, I think maybe 2 in Green Acres and 1 on Martha Street.
On where?
Martha Street and the north side.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll defer to others.
Additional question? Councilmember Volin, please go ahead.
Is it the opinion of the department that the rules may be too restrictive, that they're discouraged? Is there a reason why people aren't even building 15 a year?
I'm not sure. I think we were comfortable. I mean, we were definitely comfortable with the cap. We said publicly, we're not going to get 15 a year. Feel free to put a cap on. That was not something we would argue against. As was the case when ADUs were submitted, I think it's just a slow roll start. I think having it be a conditional use probably does slow that option. We had a fourth, we discussed this at the last report, but we had an ADU, a serious ADU interest within a 150-foot buffer of one of the other ADUs. I'm sorry, a plex interest within the buffer of one of the other duplexes. So, that has materially stopped one additional duplex in town, the buffer. I think the regulations could be, I think the department would say the regulations could be lessened. We definitely didn't get the plex waive that we heard about from the public and members of the bodies who saw the request. But yeah, it's still kind of early. I think we said this at the last report, but we did not see construction slow down for single-family homes during COVID. Different kinds of construction happened because people were staying home. But I do think that this particular use is probably being hampered by the regulations surrounding it.
And just to refresh your memory about ADUs, this was something we discussed, I believe, in 2017, and that's when we put a cap initially of 30 total ADUs in the city. Is that not right?
Yes, I believe so, something around that.
And so we reached, I mean, that cap was eliminated by the
Correct.
council, but we just reached 30, is what
Yep.
you're saying. But you said that only one was, I didn't follow
We've
that.
only had one, sorry, since the last time I reported. So we report on how many new permits we've gotten since the last time you heard from us.
Right, but I mean, you said something about keeping our total around 30 permits total. So in other words, did we reach 30 or?
We are just over 30. So we have a couple where it's like the person isn't quite sure what they're doing, so we just kind of count it
Okay.
as a maybe, and so that's why the number's not specific.
So on average, we're getting about 5 ADUs a year since it was approved in 2017. We're getting about
Yes.
5 ADUs a year. We're getting about 1 plex a year.
So far,
And
yes.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We've just about used up our 20 minutes for this section of the agenda, and I'd like to suggest we extend that, if possible, before we go to council members Rosenbarger and Rollo. Is there a motion to extend this section to 7:05, 7:10?
So moved.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the motion to extend time to 7:10?
Yes. Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Sims? Yes. Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Scambalori?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Sandberg?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
And Volin?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Flaherty.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Councilmember Flaherty.
Okay, that extends this time till 7:10. Let's go to Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I just have two quick questions for Ms. Scanlon. Does it say in the UDO whether the 15 a year is like, if you don't use it, you lose it, or if it's a rollover like we used to have for unused cell phone minutes?
No, it is not a rollover, so my understanding is it's just 15 a year and you start every year.
Okay. And it really just does it say that in the code?
Yes, 15 per year, yes, and it does not discuss extending.
And then with the approved duplexes, the 3 that have been approved, are they all new builds or any of them converted existing homes?
Oh, that's a good question. I believe 2 are new build, and I'm not positive about the 3rd one, but I can report back to you on that.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks. I'm just interested in that for affordability purposes. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon, when Councilmember Volin was asking you about whether the caps or the code was too stringent in terms of allowing more plexes, you said that you thought they were, and I wondered in what way. Were the inquiries about plexing within proximity of 150 feet to one another and therefore prevented a plex from happening?
Sure, so as I stated, yes, one that we had in Green Acres was within the 150 feet, and so they'll wait the 2 years. I think I'm basing that comment largely on what we saw with ADUs, which were conditional initially and pretty slow rolling at first, and then when they became by right with very similar requirements, that's when we started seeing more serious inquiries and actual building of them.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Additional questions? Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks. With respect to conditional use, obviously it adds more time to the process, but is it the uncertainty that you think drives the deterrent factor of conditional use, that folks don't know whether they'll be approved or not, so they don't want to put the time into it? Or is there another mechanism
Sure, I
happening?
think oh, sorry to cut you off there.
No,
I
that's
think
okay.
it is uncertainty, and I just think it's a general not understanding of planning processes. And so knowing that you have to go through a process, I think does kind of deter people before you even have the opportunity to explain to them what that process really entails, and that if they can meet the requirements, then the board would approve their request. So I also think it's, kind of new, and so maybe that's part of it. But now that we're coming into, 3 years, 4 years since we had the discussion the first time, I think you can seriously look at the regulations and say maybe some of that needs to be changed if we do want to have more.
Thanks. Some follow-up, if that's okay. I was just checking out the ADU resource on the Planning and Transportation webpage, which looks great. There's some fun plans up there in the ADU catalog. Could you tell me just a bit more about, it looks like a number of local architects and others submitted plans, and there's a mention that interested parties can follow up with those architecture firms. Can you tell me a little bit more about how we're communicating and marketing this resource assistance with respect to ADUs, and what that would look like for interested resident utilizing the plans that exist, or working with architects to do that? Is it a free resource? Is it going to be a fee for service? Once they reach out to the folks, is it meant to help folks brainstorm for their own plans? Just tell me a little more about
It's
how
a
that's.
good question. I wasn't intimately involved with the exact laying out of the process, but I'll tell you what I know, which is that we did, I believe, an RFP for architects, both local and then regional. There were some from Indianapolis, to try to design ADUs to our specifications so that people could see what that could look like. And then the website does direct the member of the public to the designer. So whether or not there are additional fees, I'm guessing that there probably are. But it's kind of, as you mentioned, a marketing idea to show that, give people an idea of what could be done beyond just, the conversion of their garage or adding a second floor, above an existing accessory structure, that within our regulations, these types of designs can be done. And so I believe Director Robinson sent that information out to various business and realty groups in town to start distributing some of that information. It's fairly new. We just did it last month, so I'm sure that there will be more outreach related to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Sims and then Councilmember Raleigh.
Thank you for the report, Ms. Scanlon. And this may be unfair, and tell me if it's so, and then I'll withdraw everything. But in your opinion, would having by right as opposed to conditional approval, would that energize the program, do you think? And I know it's too soon to tell. And if it's unfair, just say, I don't want to answer and I'll withdraw.
You can
'Cause
ask me
I don't want to
anything
put
you
you on the
want.
spot, but there's got to be other,
Sure.
there's got to be other reasons besides conditional or by right. I think a part of it has to do with our financial structure, the haves and, that sort of thing, have-nots.
Sure. Yes.
Thank
So
you.
I would say yes. I do think I do think it's a barrier. I think by right we would see more interest. I mean, it's a large financial investment, as you've said. Single-family houses. The house a block away from where I live, within walking distance of this building, went up for sale last week and got over asking cash offer the next day for more than $500,000. I mean, people are. It's crazy right now. So yeah, you would have to really be invested in wanting to have a duplex. I mean, it is a different type of living style than some people are used to. And so I think there's that, getting used to that difference. But I do think that making it by right could help stimulate having more real viable interests.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Raleigh.
Well, maybe a related question, Ms. Scanlon, is have you evaluated the affordability of the plexes that have been approved so far?
No, the 3 that have been approved, we have not. Only one has gone to permitting, and it's not built yet.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions. Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, I guess just trying to think about continuing to evolve the regulation. You mentioned staff supported it, would support some changes. I think these are sort of guardrails that were put in place, extra precautions as sort of how they were framed, similar to how ADUs were rolled out in 2017. Because some folks in the community certainly were very afraid that New York hedge funds would buy hundreds of properties and tear them all down, and this sort of narrative. Do you feel like the evidence we have after several years demonstrates clearly that those fears were unfounded, and we can proceed to not sort of hinder the process of developing missing middle housing in Bloomington?
Sure. I think the tracking that we've done of the interest that we've received thus far from plexes is primarily from local people. So some local realtors or local developers, local architects, local residents. That is what we've seen thus far. I do think, again, that allowing the use by right with as many restrictions as we felt were appropriate, just because something's by right doesn't mean that the other restrictions, the use-specific standards would go away, could help us with our challenge of lacking missing middle, yes.
Is it possible that we could get a single figure of the number of out of Monroe County applicants for these changes. In other words, if there have been 30 ADUs and 3 plexes, I mean, we don't need to know who specifically it was, just we're trying to get a sense of that figure. Could you add that to the report
Sure.
next time?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Councilmember. Let's do Councilmember Rosenbarger, then Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Just kind of requesting more information here. Do people call, like when I was out door knocking, people talked a lot about, like, I don't want an 8-plex or an apartment building in my neighborhood. And it's just like some of the things they've heard that are actually not allowed in neighborhoods that they were worried about. Do people then on the other side of that call to ask or inquire about building like a quadplex, so you say like, no, only a duplex is allowed, or are most of the calls just about duplexes?
It definitely varies. I mean, sometimes when we get calls, and this is just for everything, all over the city, people just don't know what they can build. So, you know, they've owned a property for a long time, and now for whatever reason, they're looking to either develop it or get rid of it, and so they call and just say, what can we build here? And then we, you know, guide them that way. I don't think I included as many of those. I don't think I included those in the totals, so I would say the totals that I included were if someone specifically called and asked about a duplex.
Okay, that's kind of neat. So people call up, or like you get regular calls about what can I build here?
Yeah.
Like just that open-ended question, like what is legally allowed? Okay, that's neat.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks. There was a follow-up from Councilmember Boland's question, which is, I guess I would request if we're going to start reporting on where people are from who are building housing in our community, like we keep some context around that. So like, I think a lot of housing that is built isn't necessarily built by an owner or developer who lives in Monroe County. Lots of single-family homes and lots of more dense multifamily housing. So I'm worried about the narratives that people construct sometimes to suit their purposes based on a very limited snapshot of information. So similarly, I think Councilmember Rosenbarger has requested in the past that it'd be nice actually to know how many duplexes and triplexes that have been existing in our communities for years are being converted into single-family homes and leading to loss of housing stock and loss of housing affordability. There's a triplex near where I live that happened to not long ago, and I think it happens. So it's just sort of a, I guess, if you have any feedback on that or thoughts, but it's also just sort of a request for future reporting for us to think carefully about why we're reporting on this thing for this particular use and not for other uses. So there's more of a request than a question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Scanlon, did you want to comment? Or no?
I think I would say, you know, the reporting is, I mean, here I am saying we've done 3 and in this whole time. I think some members of this body and the public and Plan Commission just really wanted to make sure that if it was going to be a lot, that was going to be clear to the decision makers, and if you felt like you needed to make changes, you would do that. You know, similar to when we started reporting on ADUs, I think that was useful because then we made changes to work toward the goals that we have already agreed upon. If we're going to do that, I think that's great. We're happy to report. I guess I'm saying we're happy to report whatever you all want. I don't necessarily, we don't want to limit that. We want to report whatever you're asking for, and then agreed that may be a slippery slope when we start talking about specific dynamics for particular uses that we're not tracking for other uses. And so that may be something for this body to kind of like decide if they really, you know, what they want us to present.
Councilmember Volan.
I just wanted to follow up on what Councilmember Flaherty said. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there has been a very strong narrative against any kind of non-single-family unit, partly because the claim is that they're all from out of town and all the money's going to flow away from town. And that's why I think it's important that we at least get some sense of, because the cursory analysis I've done of ownership and such, you know, buildings is that it's not coming from out of town. It's coming from the demand is from developers who live here in town, not even developers, homeowners who live here in town who just want to expand their house. So I think it's important that we do it because I am, for one, sick of that narrative, and I think it's false. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at 7:10. Is there a desire to expand this time further, or no? I'm not seeing any. I'm seeing heads shaking. Ms. Scanlon, thank you for being with us. Okay. That takes us to reports from council committees. Are there any for this group? Seeing none, that'll bring us to our first of two periods of public comment. May we have a show of hands here in chambers of those who would like to offer public comment? And if you could start approaching the podium, please. Mr. Lucas, could you extend our invitation on Zoom, please?
Yes. If there are members of the public joining us on Zoom that would like to speak, please let us know by using the raise hand feature, which you can find under your control bar by clicking the reactions button or the more button. You can also send a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak, and we will recognize you that way.
Okay. I'm seeing two here in chambers. How many takers are you seeing? And again, this is for items not on the agenda this evening.
No hands going up immediately.
Okay. Let's take 5 minutes. Let's start here in chambers. Please, if you would, sign in, and if you could share your name for the record, you'll have 5 minutes.
Waiting just a second here. Great. Excuse me. Sorry, my name's Greg Alexander. A couple weeks ago, I told you all that there is no good bike or ped connection to North High School. I want to show you the next best thing. So in red here, one connector path does exist. It connects North High School to the Fritz Terrace neighborhood. It's got severe flaws in its design, implementation, and maintenance. It's not ADA compliant. It is a disaster, but it is the best option by far. Next slide, please. To get to the next neighborhood to the south, there's nothing. You just have to use Kinzer. So what, you bike on the sidewalk? You have no choice, right? So you bike on the sidewalk. On Kinzer Pike, with cars going by real fast, sidewalks crappy, sidewalks narrow, sidewalks not maintained. And now you're in this little neighborhood. Next slide, please. Then there's a little connection to Arlington Heights Elementary, and the weird thing is that's actually, the path itself is very high quality. It just dumps you in a parking lot, but the path itself is good. And from there, you know, it feels like you're trespassing in an elementary school playground, which I kind of think you literally are. And then you can get to that bridge over the bypass. Next slide, please. And that's that. That's that. There's no further. It just dumps you out on Garley Pike, not a friendly place to bike. The cars do go about 40 or 50 miles an hour there because it's basically a country road. There's no sidewalks, no bike facility, nothing. This is what happens when you install the most expensive kind of infrastructure, a gosh darn bridge. There is nothing more expensive. And we didn't listen to planners. If we'd listened to planners, we'd have something, but we spent the money, we over-engineered it, we underplanned it. And you know, as an aside, Parks is currently in the process of spending about $250,000 on that bridge. They're going to beautify it. They're going to put a sign on it that says, "Welcome to Bloomington." It's going to have backlights and special rusted burnished metal. And they want to spend all that money without a single bike or ped improvement. For crying out loud, $250,000. Next slide, please. Anyways, so, but I know that a few people from Arlington Valley Trailer Park do use that bridge. I've seen them there, so I followed their path. So what they do is they throw caution to the wind. You know, if you're poor, you can say, "My life's not worth much." If you're rich, you can say that too, by the way. And so you walk in the street on Gowerly. And then they use a little connector path at the south end of that red line. Next slide, please. So this is that connector path. Two things jump out at me. First is a trespass. I am standing on private property trespassing while I'm doing that. They installed and maintained that fence that tries to prevent people from using this path, but they just go around it. And the second thing, you can see the mud where people have trampled down the vegetation. People use this path. This is a useful piece of transportation infrastructure, better than anything the city has provided to these citizens. And, you know, this property was for sale when I brought it to the attention of planning staff 3 years ago. You know, we could have just bought it. It's vacant. Next slide, please. Then the last step is a really difficult crossing of 17th Street. You know, no crosswalk, nothing. You know, we've got a big side path project there, and it's part of the technical standard. When you install a side path, you have to think about the crossings. They didn't think about the crossings. So it's still going to be awful. So if I use 4 awful connections and a trespass, then I can hop from one neighborhood to the next and get all the way to North High School, because that's my house on Maple Heights there. These connections are the most essential part of the network, but they're mostly missing or garbage. And this is what happens when planners don't have the authority to build bike and ped networks. If we had listened to planners instead of engineers and parks and all the different people in deciding north side connectivity, we wouldn't have this problem. And you know the funny part? I live directly on Kinzer Pike. It's called Madison Street where I live, but it's the same street. It is a direct shot to North High School. If I want to throw caution to the wind and take that route on my bike, I can. It's a direct route. If I want to buy a car, the city has provided me a premium route, direct. I have one more bit of trivia about that bridge. I've been looking at maps, and it looks like it was built in 1972 when the whole bypass was built. For 50 years, that bridge has stood lonely against the sky, longing for a sidewalk that never came. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Lucas, do we have any takers on Zoom? Okay, let's come here in chambers, please. If you would, please sign in and then share your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Daryl Rubel. I got a couple of comments. There was a person here a while back that was complaining about some roads that had been built in Bloomington, some intersections. 17th and Crescent. I love that. It's big. You got lots of room to turn. You know, some people you just cannot satisfy no matter what you build, but I absolutely love that. 17th and Crescent, it's big. I repeat myself, but Mr. Alexander needs to buy a car. He complains so much about walking. Buy a car, dude. Please. But anyway, the reason I'm here really is the City of Bloomington Utilities, they go in and they do jobs around Bloomington. Them guys are professionals, man. I know a lot of them guys down there, utilities. You know, when they do a utility cut across the road, they're there the next day or maybe even the same day, and they'll fill that in. They may, you know, dig it out, and they'll put their asphalt in it. And them guys are right on the money. Them guys come in and fill them in real quick. But I had an experience the other day on Lindbergh, 15th and Lindbergh. This thing lay dormant for probably a couple of weeks. That thing had to be 8 inches deep, and I hit that in my Honda Odyssey van last week and about ripped the front end out of my car. You know, I'm in the process now trying to find out who the developer was that come in and done that. You know, who done that so I can get reimbursed for my damage for my car. I've got pictures. I took pictures of the road and everything. I do that kind of thing. But, you know, when these developers come into Bloomington and destroy our town, not really destroy, but they destroy a lot of our roads, they do their utility cuts, and a lot of them don't even fill them in. You know, they leave them like that for people to hit. And utilities, the first thing when someone hits something like that in Bloomington, the first person they blame is the city. All the city is doing a job there, you know, and they get blamed for unnecessary stuff that they had nothing to do with. I think that my personal opinion is when these developers come into Bloomington to do their road cuts, they need to put a sign by where they're working so we know who these people are. I had a heck of a time, and I still haven't found out really who that was that done that. But have them put a sign out there that says, this work is done by so-and-so, so when they tear my car up or, you know, someone else's car, we know who to sue for damages. There's nothing. When you go up through, like on Lindbergh, there's no sign saying who that was that done that. You know, and utilities, City of Bloomington Utilities, guys, get blamed for that stuff because that's the first person they think of is utilities. But we need to make them the developers put a sign out there that says, this is who is doing this, okay? I see. I wish I could have wrote. A lot of guys come up here, you know, and have a little speech ready. I don't do that, man. Mine's come from here. I'm just, you know, it's just who I am. I'm going to tell you straight from the heart. And another thing, too, this thing out here by the bike, the beeline that's on Rogers over here. Man, well, who put that in there, man? That is a travesty. That thing, when you hit it, you're going airborne. You know, I was told it was a traffic calming device. What? That thing's dangerous. What about some young mother that comes through there with a baby and a little carrier in the passenger seat, and that baby gets thrown out of that by hitting that thing? Who put that in there? That needs to be gone. That needs to be smoothed. That needs to be gone. I've got a couple other things I want to talk about, but I'm spacing on them right now. That's how, you know, I'm just from here. But, let's see, what else was there? Darn it. Oh, another thing, too. You know, the Bloomington police, the Bloomington police, they can't get guys and gals to come work there because the homeless people, when the police officers go to deal with the homeless, they get disheartened, man, because they can't do their job. That's why they can't get police officers. That's why they're 30 or 40 short. None of them want to come here and stay because of that. You know, drive up Walnut at the Seminary Park. They got tents there during the day. I guess you can camp in a park during the day, but that don't look good on the city, man. That is a public park that I'd like to take my grandchildren into, but I can't. You can't. You drive by there and see it. But anyway, my last thing. I've been watching the invasion at the border. Them people coming through there, there's not a single one of them carrying an American flag. You see 100,000 of the people coming up here, and they're all bringing fentanyl and heroin in their backpacks. They're not checked. That backpack is not checked, but when you go to the airport, you're searched thoroughly. Why are they being able to come up here? The backpacks are full of drugs to kill our children.
Mr. Rubel, thank you for your comments here at time.
It was my pleasure.
Are there any additional comments, either on Zoom or here in chambers? Seeing none here. Okay, that'll conclude our first of two periods of public comment, which takes us to appointments to boards and commissions. We do have one business item to take care of there, but do any of the interview teams have appointments to recommend? Seeing none? Okay. We have an item for the approval of bylaws amendment for the City of Bloomington capital improvements. Mr. Lucas, do you want to provide any context for this, or?
Yes, I would be happy to, and I know Corporation Counsel Beth Kate is also here in case there are questions. The council may or may not remember when discussing the City of Bloomington Capital Improvements Board that was recently set up, the bylaws for that board provided a mechanism for amendment that included council approval for certain types of bylaw amendments. And one of those types is any change to the appointment process or membership on that board. The board itself just recently approved of an amendment that would change how vacant seats are filled. Currently, the bylaws provide that vacant seats are filled by the board itself. The board's amendment that they have asked you to approve tonight would change the rule so that the appointing entity, either the mayor or the council, would fill any vacant seats that come up. I think that's the extent of it. I don't know if Corporation Counsel Kate has anything to add, but the amended language was included in your packet, and if there are questions, one of the two of us would be happy to answer those.
Okay, and do we want to get a motion on the record first? Parliamentarian Rollo, did you wish to make that motion?
Yes, I don't have the structure of the motion in front of me, so I'll move.
We actually have that
as
here, so.
described by our, pardon me?
We actually have that here, so we can also move it, introduce a motion here.
So, Madam President, I
Okay,
move that the
please do.
council approve of the amendment of the CBCI's bylaws as proposed by the Board of Directors at the April 19th, 2023 meeting of that organization.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions for Ms. Kate? Councilmember Sims?
Well, I don't have questions. Do I give comments later? I do have a
Comments
comment.
will come later.
Thank you.
Okay. I see no questions. With that, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to offer public comment on? It's a good question. I'm thinking the same thing.
I believe we have a motion on the table that it's a debatable motion, but we don't typically take public comment like on the motion.
Okay.
Not that the chair couldn't, but I'm just clarifying procedurally what
Okay.
is happening here.
Councilmember
Thanks.
Volin?
I did have a question since it is debatable, but if I can ask a question.
Please.
And maybe Ms. Kate can answer it. One thing I haven't asked is there a particular statute under which the bylaws for the CBCI were created under? Like, I mean, under what is the authority that the administration used to create these bylaws in the first place?
Advance for all the
No, it's
coughing.
all right.
Corporation Counsel Beth Kate. Yes, Councilmember Volin, there is the Indiana Nonprofit Corporation Act, and that is a state statute under which nonprofit organizations are created, empowered, and it speaks to the adoption of bylaws, which is something that happens typically at the incorporation meeting, so the first meeting of the organization.
It'd be helpful to be able to look that up. Is it in statute, or is it just an act?
I'm sorry? No,
Is
it's in code, yeah. The name of the law is the Indiana Nonprofit Corporation Act.
I mean, do you have the citation, the statute?
Oh, gosh.
If you would send it to us, that
Can
would
I
be-
just send it to you
Yeah.
after? Yeah, I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to do that, yeah.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Sure.
Additional questions? Oh, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, so in both the current language and the proposed language, it says the director selected to temporarily fill a vacancy shall serve for the unexpired term of their predecessor in office. Does this preclude them being appointed for a full term subsequently? I don't have the full bylaws in front of me.
No, it does not.
Okay.
That's really just intended to deal with the unexpired term.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Volin.
Sorry, one more question I had about the bylaws is that it says this serves notice under Article 11, but it says specifically the director has proposed the following textual amendment to Article 11, but then it changes language in Article 5, Section 7. And I think that's a little confusing. Is the language being altered in Article 5, Section 7, or is it in Article 11?
Sorry, the change is to Article 5, Section 7. They're empowered to do it under Article 11, and they're following that. So I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it says the director's proposed the amendment to
Yeah.
Article 11.
Yeah, it should be per as opposed to Article 11.
Okay.
So, but yes, the actual change is to Article 5. Yeah.
Okay. And do we make a motion to amend this, or do we have to read the text? We could read it properly so that it says per and not to? It doesn't matter. I don't care. That doesn't matter. Thank you anyway.
Okay. Additional questions? Okay. Comments? Councilmember Sims?
Thank you. All I really want to say is, and I'm glad that this is brought, but what I'd also like to see moving forward is an alteration of appointees. Again, they go 3 from administration and 2 from this body. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Councilmember Volin?
Mr. Sims speaks for me. I agree with him that we should have 3 and 2. I understand that it may well be the prerogative of the administration to create this. I don't think it's a judicious way to do so without cooperating more directly with council. We've seen this pattern from the administration. So I wonder if when the CBCI actually needs to get our approval to disperse money, whether we're going to be willing to do so because we weren't consulted in its organization and that this motion even has to be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the motion to approve the amendment?
Councilmember Sims,
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Scambalori,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Sandberg,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Volin,
Abstain.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes 801. Thank you. And that takes us to legislation for second readings and resolutions.
Madam President, I move that ordinance 2310 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Sims, or nope, sorry, Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Scambalori,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Sandberg,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Volin,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
and Sims.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes 9-0. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2310 to amend Title 20 Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding amendments and updates set forth in Bloomington Municipal Code 20.03 and 20.04. The synopsis is as follows. This petition contains amendments in Chapter 3 of the UDO related to chicken flocks and Chapter 4 of the UDO related to maximum parking standards.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move that ordinance 2310 be adopted.
Thank you. And who do we have? I think we have Ms. Scanlon with us. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Jackie Scanlon, Development Services Manager. The Plan Commission heard case ZO1223 on their April 10th, 2023, at their April 10th, 2023 hearing, and voted to send the petition to the Common Council with a positive recommendation with a vote of 9-0. So as you know, you saw earlier this year, our annual update to the UDO, changes to parking maximum table 4-10 was originally part of our proposal, and the Plan Commission voted to remove the parking maximum proposal from the large update so that we could have provide more information and discussion with them, and then we took that back in April. So we were able to meet with a small group of Plan Commission members who had expressed interest in the topic, as well as obviously internally as staff, to discuss adding parking maximums to those uses that currently are without them. This body, as you know, is also working on text changes in Title VII related to chicken flocks, and Title 20 references those references that Title VII regulation. So there is one amendment in this proposal related to chicken flocks because our current use-specific standards reference a chicken flock, and the proposal is related to allowing multiple chicken flocks. So that has been changed to make that plural. So there's a chicken flock portion and then a much larger parking maximum portion, which I'll discuss. Table 4-10 in the UDO lists all of the uses from the use table of Chapter 3 and assigns maximum parking standards to those uses. So currently we have 47 uses in that table that have maximums, and we are proposing changes to 68 of the other uses that either don't have a limit at all, which 58 do not, and then 10 of those we're proposing to make changes to as well. One question we received at Plan Commission was, why do we need parking maximums? So there are a couple of reasons. The first we discussed is that obviously for consistency for petitioners, it is a little bit odd that 47 of our uses have maximums and the remainder do not. So proposing to add maximums for consistency so that the expectation is that we do have maximums. We were able to look through the history of the UDO update that we did with the consultant when we updated the code in 2019 and 2020. And when we looked at the previous UDO that was in place in 2019, a number of the uses that are now listed as no limit had person-based limits at that time, which means based on number of people, for example, working at the business, and that is a hard standard for us to regulate. So for example, vehicle impound storage was listed as 1 space per employee on largest shift. So we had a number of uses like that in the old code. We believe, going back through those documents, that the consultant recommended as a way to address person-based limits, that they change a number of those uses to no limit, and that the use itself would be limiting. So we are proposing to change those no limits to site-based regulations, as our other uses I mentioned already have. So for example, site-based would be a certain number of parking spaces per square foot of the use of the building. Again, this is helpful to both the public and staff to offer consistency for all uses. Secondly, we believe that the proposal is in line with the policy guidelines of the comprehensive plan, which want us to minimize the area of land dedicated to parking or basically storage of vehicles. And in this case, the code uses that you see that we're discussing tonight are mostly temporary storage of vehicles. So for example, going into a business and parking while you're there, not for long-term planning for storing of your cars. So something, again, that's not full all the time. So there are a couple references we included in the staff report, one in the downtown section and one in the urban corridor guidelines section. The comprehensive plan is trying to identify strategies where we can decrease a large open asphalt space, and that's important, that's something we should be trying to do. And so that's something we're trying to address here with this regulation. The first time we talked with Plan Commission, where they decided to take the parking maximum out, we had a member of the public attend that hearing with questions about specific uses. So you can see some of those uses reflected in the staff report, for example, jail. So we want to make clear, and we did to the Plan Commission as well, and they would like to make clear to you, that we are not trying to regulate out the use of motor vehicles. Obviously, our community and many others are still heavily reliant on motor vehicles, and we realize that uses need parking. We're trying to make sure that the scale of parking that is allowed is relatable to the use that's actually going on the site. So what we did, we looked at uses that are already regulated in the UDO, the 47 other uses, and we looked at uses that we are proposing to regulate and how those are regulated in other communities, or how we also looked at guidance from our professional planning organization, the American Planning Association, on what they would recommend for regulating those uses that, again, we might not have similar uses here to compare to. So first, trying to compare the uses without maximums internally and also with other communities in Indiana. And then especially for, again, the uses that we don't have here. So some of the ones that were raised, for example, like stadium, how those are treated in other communities. And basically all of our uses that currently lack maximums. So that type of analysis was included in your packet. I'm happy to answer any questions about those. For example, for the jail comparison, we showed how many spaces that jails that were in the process of being built or proposed in the last, I believe, 3 years, how many spaces those facilities actually proposed for their site, as well as how many our regulation would allow. And then stadium, again, was another one that was raised, so we included examples for that as well. So those are kind of specific uses, and I believe, hold on just a second. You wanted to, I think one of the tables was a little bit off, so we can address that in a bit. Sorry, I don't have it right there in front of me. I will say, so those are very specific uses, but for the more general uses that we see every day, we tried to compare the use, like what is actually going on in the building for each use, with similar uses that were already in code that are comparable, where we haven't seen issues with the number of parking spaces allowed for those uses. So that is kind of our starting point. We are, of course, open to changing these numbers, if anyone here has specific ideas. And additionally, we do track variances for this particular regulation that we do for a parking maximum. So since 2020, we've had 5 parking maximum variances. 3 were for restaurants. So we have proposed in this update to increase the allowable parking maximum for restaurants, for example. When we have those variances, we ask those petitioners to provide us information about their uses in other communities and how many spaces are being used per hour, for example, for over a period of a week. And we look at those numbers, and so we have been able to have, for 3 restaurants that we were able to look at those numbers and decided to propose to increase our maximum for what seems to be a more realistic limit. We have also proposed to increase the allowable parking for fitness center because, again, that was another use that we've seen come forward for a variance, as well as discussing a couple of other sites that haven't gone forward yet. So basically, when we have a use that needs a variance, we've researched them further, and then for these, we've decided to propose to increase those numbers. So it's something that we're always open to. We've had those 5 come forward, and otherwise not a lot of issues with our parking maximum numbers indicating that they are causing problems in the last few years. So the department believes that adding maximums to the allowable amount of surface parking for all uses that we're proposing is in line with city goals that work to encourage green space. It encourages space to be used by people in buildings as opposed to designating that space for vehicles only, while still allowing area for vehicle parking, again, which we know many places need, but allowing areas for the other places as well. So I think one thing we wanted to particularly address with Plan Commission, and then again here tonight, was a question that was raised by a Plan Commission member that this proposal is especially important for those areas of town that have yet to be developed. So for example, when you saw the rezone for the Fullerton Pike and I-69 property, it's quite large. And while we have impervious surface coverage maximums that do also limit development on a site, for large sites, for example, of that scale, meeting that requirement isn't going to be an issue. For example, at that site, because of the environmental constraints, they were only going to be able to develop, I believe, 30 or 40% of that site. So if they were to choose a use that didn't have a maximum parking limit, then they would basically be able to put in as much parking as they could fit, which on a site like that would be acres and acres of parking, which doesn't seem to us to be compatible with the long-term goals of the community. So this regulation helps because we do have a handful of sites like that that will hopefully develop within the lifespan of this UDO. So just to give you like kind of a scale reference, for example, 1 acre of land is the area that could encompass 320 parking spaces. So not a parking lot with 320 parking spaces, but the dimensional standards for 320 parking spaces. So when we see uses that we think may end up needing a lot of parking, they may need to be more creative and think about a model of shared parking or structured parking so that they can use the land that they have in a more efficient way, as opposed to if they need 600 parking spaces because they're building a stadium, and now we have 3 or 4 acres of parking. So that is something that we think the comprehensive plan clearly does not desire. So those situations, we're trying to avoid those sort of outliers that are less common, but we do think will occur. And so the department thinks that the numbers that we have proposed are reasonable enough that we will be able to catch those outliers. And again, we are always open to change. Items go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. We hear from members of the public, and we track those things, and we come to this body annually to make changes, and we are open to doing that as more information presents itself. So we are asking that you approve the ordinance request to amend the UDO related to the parking maximum table, as well as to the chicken flock use-specific standard. And I can answer any questions. Thanks.
Scanlon, questions from council? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Scanlon. The increased in maximums for the fitness centers, I always find it ironic when people, have to drive to a fitness center. They could get fit on their way there. Of course, I do the same thing. But I just was wondering if you could talk about the variances. You said there were a few that have been approved or have been considered for the current maximums.
Sure. So we had a fitness center. There is a storage unit. A storage unit use is going in on South Walnut, and there's an existing fitness center, and they share development space. And so when the storage unit came through, the fitness center is old. It was developed under old regulations, and it has a lot of parking. So because they were building a new building, they need to bring the site into compliance, and they were going to need to lose parking. So they were able to basically indicate through a parking study that at that location, because there's no street parking, because there is an opportunity for shared parking, because it's largely surrounded by residential, and because of where it's located related to many of its users, it's not, in the downtown where there's opportunity for structured parking, that because of the way the use operates, where they have classes that are stacked, that they often, that they're basically almost always over capacity for the spaces. And so the way that they show that to us is not just telling us that that's true. We ask them to do parking studies over the course of a week for different days so that we can see when the busier times are. And then what usually happens, and this happened as well with the restaurants that we've done, is then we analyze those numbers and try to come to a number that we think is reasonable, that's still meeting as close to our goals as we can, but trying to be realistic with them being able to operate the business as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sims? Oh.
Wait a minute, staff first.
Oh.
You gotta be nice to them.
Okay. Councilmember Volin?
Yes, thank you for this. First of all, a quick procedural question. Did the department talk with the chair of the parking commission about having the commission review this?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. I'm a big fan of all the strike through no limits in here. I count more than 50 no limits that are struck through here. But I am a little concerned about the few that are being increased, in particular fitness centers, which has already been asked about, and restaurants. I'm trying to understand, is the department's policy to increase these because people who own restaurants or fitness centers have simply asked for it or applied for variances, and that we're trying to come into, to meet current practice? Or are we trying to sort of change current practice? Because most of this seems like a very good change, but I'm a little particularly concerned about the restaurant change, 10 to 15 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
Thank you. I think that the answer would be no, we don't change them just because we're getting a lot of inquiries. When the inquiries come in, then we look further at the regulation and see, is there something about this that isn't working, really? So for the restaurant one, for example, we've had 3 over the course of those years where they were able to demonstrate to us that at their particular locations in other cities, and for each, I believe it was multiple locations, so not just 1 more, but 5 more, that that in locations with similar characteristics to theirs, that in order for their business to be viable, that they needed more parking than we allow. So we have taken those things into account and kind of kept track of them. And then for those that we think are appropriate, that's why we have proposed the maximums to raise. It is always right weighing competing interests between wanting to encourage more bike ped, which we do in a lot of other ways, wanting to be realistic for what the business interests need to be able to operate, and trying to bring them closer to kind of our goals for more green, less vehicle focused. And so we kind of work with each one. And the variance, obviously, they have to demonstrate that their property is unique. So those are a little bit different, but then then they become on our radar and have worked on those because of that.
Well, the dilemma I find myself in when I hear that explanation is that, in essence, we are, and I don't know what the cities were where they claim that in their other cities that they had this demand for parking, but it makes us subject ourselves to the equivalent of the UDO in those cities. And if they have lower standards than we do or less ambitious goals than our UDO, then how are we not basically factoring it out to them? I mean, can't they figure out a way to make 10 spaces per, I mean, I already think 10 spaces per 1,000 is too much. Can't they, I mean, this was the same issue with the CVS in Nashville years ago. We were trying to change the design of the CVS on the north side, that was built on the north side. We didn't want it to not abut one of the streets. And the CVS comported with the standards in the city of Nashville, the town of Nashville right over here, because they have much higher architectural standards. So why are we allowing can you speak to those other cities? Are they more or less dense than Bloomington? Do you know anything about their UDOs?
Yeah, so I would say no, we did not look up their zoning regulations. We did try to ask for, what we typically do is ask for facilities that are similar characteristics. For example, for restaurants on West 3rd, no street parking, no opportunity for shared parking, near a highway, like that's why they're locating here. How do those similar businesses operate in other locations? And I would say we've seen examples from towns that are similarly sized to ours or bigger or smaller. They kind of run the gamut. I totally understand your perspective. I would say we still think the numbers are reasonable. We weren't gonna just take the door off because they said they needed more space. We have had the conversation with a number of restaurants who want more, and we always still leave we determine what we think is a reasonable amount, and that's what we always recommend to the Board of Zoning Appeals, or that's what we're recommending here. But yes, if you think it's too much, then you could always take that out and bump it back down.
Okay, I'll have more questions, but I'll come back. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to ask about, the stadium one that you gave the examples on. First, I will say, I think it makes sense for this to go through the Parking Commission first, but you are looking at about, the recommendation for our UDO is 25% of the number of seats, and you gave 4 examples. 2 of those examples have that allowed maximum of 25%. The other 2 have 1%, 2% of the seats. And then what's actually on site for all 4 of those, the maximum is 2%. So I guess why would we say that there's a maximum allowed of 25% when it seems like even in the industry, they're only actually adding 1 or 2%?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so first thing, the table has a couple of typos. The allowed under proposed maximum for Lafayette should be 1,875, and the allowed maximum for Kokomo should be 1,000, not 100. Oh, it's in the staff report. I can pull it up.
And if you could provide a page number, that would be helpful.
Yep, it's on page 27.
So then those are very important typos actually, because they are all then allowed to have 25%, but no one is doing that. So I don't know, it just seems nice to not require it, even though I even think a stadium build is not something necessarily in our future.
Yeah, okay, so just to be clear, it's not required, right? They don't have to do parking at all. This is if they're choosing to do parking, we're adding a maximum.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's just,
But yes, it's
it seems
quite,
like, I mean, yes, I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It seems like a high max that we would allow when people aren't taking advantage of it anyway.
right, agreed. So one thing that came out at the first Plan Commission hearing, I think, and that we tried to do is that these numbers, these proposed regulations are very liberal. Like, they are regulations because I do think for the outliers, it's important that we have them in there, but they are still quite high. And then the other things in the UDO will, on smaller lots, help to keep that number down like they do in town, the maximum, the required landscape space and the maximum impervious surface coverage. We are happy for you to change these numbers. I think we are trying to weigh, there was a bit of a shock value to add these in some parts of the community. And so trying to weigh that we think that they're necessary with the desires of, a wide swath of people. Does that make sense?
It does, and I mean, just with the stadium focus again, like, I would assume, of course, the stadium in Lafayette has parking next to it, is my guess, right? But like,
Right.
then it's most likely that the market is providing that and the stadium did not have to, since they have 0 spaces. So if we decreased ours, it would potentially be like something the market might provide if it didn't seem sufficient for the use.
Right, and as I don't know if I said it clearly enough, but these limits are for surface parking, right? So any use that you see here, if they needed more parking than is allowed by this table, they could build structured parking. They could build a parking garage or, go into an agreement with another business and have a parking garage. So that obviously doesn't probably apply to many of our smaller businesses, but to some of those that could be larger and more impactful, based on their site, they may be looking to do structured parking, and then structured parking is only limited by the design requirements for a garage, not by a total number of spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Additional round 1 questions? Okay, let's go to round 2. Councilmember Volin?
First question is for Mr. Lucas. So what's the procedure here for amending something that came from Plan Commission? I already forget, do we send the amendment back to Plan Commission, or do we send it back as amended and then they have to decide whether they also approve it?
If there are amendments members want to propose tonight, those need to be in writing. If the council adopts any of those amendments, any changes would be sent back to the Plan Commission for their consideration. The Plan Commission gives that an up-down vote within 45 days. If the Plan Commission rejected any amendment, it would come back to the council one last time for another up-down vote.
Okay, and what is the deadline for this? When did it come certified to us?
This was certified to the council April 18th.
Okay, so
there's 90
there's,
days.
There's time for this not only to, we have 90 days to send it back to the Plan Commission, not for the Plan Commission for everyone to do a final decision on it, right?
Correct. The
Okay.
council has 90 days from certification. There's an additional 45 days from whenever the council acts at the Plan
Got it.
Commission.
And if they, for some reason, turn it down, it has to come back to us, and there's another period there.
Then there's another 45 days from that.
Okay. Good, because I would like to see it reviewed by the appropriate commissions. This is a big change. Although, again, I'll say that, I'll leave it for comments. I've got other questions. I'll hold them. Thank you.
Additional round 2 questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, I just want to make sure I understand, Ms. Scanlon, about the maximums for stadium parking. You said that this was generated some public concern. Do you mean that some people wanted no maximums for stadium parking? Yes. Okay. And as Councilmember Rosenbarger mentioned, this may never come up since IU is excluded, but wouldn't we want I guess I'm struggling with allowing so much surface parking. If a stadium were to be built by some, for-profit entity, wouldn't we want to encourage them to have structured parking for almost all of it? I
Yes,
don't
I think
understand
so.
why we
So
would
the-
allow so much surface parking.
Yeah, so what we tried to do, as I mentioned, was look at, we looked at the other communities, but then we also looked at some of the guidance from the American Planning Association. And for one space for every 4 is a minimum in a number of places. And you'll recall a number of years ago, I would pre-2015 or around that time, when we updated the maximum parking in the old code, they were our minimums, and then we made them maximums. We felt that it was appropriate. We felt that 4-to-1 would work better for our community as a maximum instead of a minimum. But yes, if you all decide that it should be less, I don't think that's something we're opposed to. Again, we are trying to kind of weigh all of the interests. Did that answer your question?
I'm sorry, my mic was not on. So are you saying that you would be opposed to decreasing those?
No,
Oh, you would not?
we
Okay.
would not be opposed.
Okay, that may be something to revisit then. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional round 2 questions. Okay. Do we want round 3, or should we go to public comment first? Okay. Let's go to public comment. Quick show of hands in chambers, or stand up and walk to the podium. That's a good clue. And Mr. Lucas, can you extend our invitation on Zoom, please?
Yes, if there are members of the public that would like to comment on this ordinance, please let us know by raising your hand in Zoom. You can find the raise hand button in your control bar by clicking the Reactions tab or the More tab. You can also send a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak.
Do you see any takers offhand, or?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. Let's go with 3 minutes, and let's begin here in chambers. If you would share your name for the record, please.
Good evening, Council. This is Christopher Imge from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce and a Parking Commission member. Tonight, I don't know if I'm supporting the amended UDO as a whole. Is complicated. I don't know chicken flocks. But I did want to speak to the restaurant maximum increase. I've been to a few BZA meetings where this came up, and the case that I've heard is also from our members is an issue where there are no street parking. It's not in a neighborhood like on West 3rd Street, and it's employees that need to park there, and it becomes sort of difficult based on their business model on how many employees can then park, and with this labor market, how it currently resides, that's an issue. And I know parking in general. I've talked with Councilmember Smith on downtown parking for service workers. So I think this is something that should be duly considered as an increase for those maximums. I can't sort of speak to some of the other areas on stadiums and whatnot, but I think at least the restaurant one, if you kind of consider those outside the city core, it's something that should be increased. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. If you would sign in and share your name for the record, please.
A limited voice right now, I'm sorry. My name's Katie Yoder, and this is not what I came to comment on tonight, but some of these parking maximums just seem too high. I'm not an expert, I'm just an active city patron, and we have parking garages all over downtown that are never recorded as full. And this includes staff garages for restaurants and businesses, not just people going out to eat. And I know economic development is important, and I've heard that the slower a wallet passes the door, the more likely money's going to be spent there. And increasing some of these within our city that's growing in size, I just think land is too valuable to be reserved for surface level parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have any commenters on Zoom? Okay. And are there any additional commenters here in chambers? Okay. Seeing none, let's come back to council for round 3 of questions. Councilmember Volan?
I would be interested in hearing from Councilmember Smith, who was present at the discussions about this in Plan Commission, if he has any insight or additional comments to make about these the parking matters.
Please.
It was controversial in the beginning when we had no limits in it, and then individuals who were related to the development community wanted it to be different, and so we had a very robust discussion, and then we came back a few weeks later, and this was kind of the compromise that was worked out between some of the members of the Plan Commission with the Plan Commission group from the city, and it seemed like it was the workable solution. Because the no limits made everybody uncomfortable, and so there's not much more than that, Councilmember Volan. It was some robust, good thought, and then this is the kind of the compromise solution that came out of it, and made everybody feel a little bit better.
Interesting. Thank you.
Additional round 3 questions. Okay, we can proceed to a vote, but I've heard some interest in making adjustments. So, Councilmember Volan?
Well, I mean, before I make a motion, I'd like to comment on what I've heard, but I'd like to make a motion to postpone the consideration of this ordinance I'm not making the motion yet. I'm just expressing the motion I'd like to make, which is just postpone it for a month to the first or second session in June. That will give time for this to be heard by the Parking Commission, which would be appropriate. We've heard 2 different angles on it, and we can have a robust debate there. This is a significant issue that the Commission was set up to consider, but it also will allow time to develop an amendment. We could postpone to next week, but I think that would be much too, the Plan Commission deliberated for quite a while on this, and I think that it's a big enough change that, again, I want to say I endorse the vast majority of the changes. We're putting limits where there weren't limits before, but there's a couple of increases, especially the one about restaurants, that concerns me. The stadia is a questionable one as well. So I think we should take more time on it. And so what's the 10, 17, 24, 31? The June 7th meeting might be good enough time, if not the June 14th meeting, but I'd like to make a motion to postpone, and I'm agnostic whether it's June 7th or June 14th. I leave it to the schedulers. So I'll make that motion. I move to postpone consideration of this ordinance to the meeting of June 7th.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the motion to postpone? You said 7th, right? Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I guess I would just want to make sure that the Parking Commission has a meeting before.
We're meeting 2 weeks from today. And so that will be their opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you.
Additional discussion. Councilmember Flaherty?
I think this broader question of when things go to boards and commissions and when not, and my general preference is for things to go through commissions, gets a little more interesting when there are multiple potential commissions that could review something. So this went through the Plan Commission, which is sort of the designated body statutorily to review and recommend changes to the Unified Development Ordinance. Not to say this isn't within the purview of the Parking Commission, it certainly is. But I'm a little less convinced of the need to send it to them in this case on the basis of kind of redundancy. I guess I think of it more as people trying to stay in spheres that are not redundant or overlapping. So it doesn't mean that the Parking Commission wouldn't have a role in policy development around parking and other things, but or initiating policy development. I guess I'm curious for staff's perspective with respect to, as well as the maker of the motion's perspective with respect to our approach on bringing legislation through commissions when there's potential overlap or redundancy among commissions.
Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty. I guess I would say, as you know, I am a staff person for the statutory boards and commissions in planning, so Plan Commission, Board of Zoning Appeals, hearing officer, those types of things. So I am not as familiar with what can and can't go to Parking Commission. I think they can ask to see whatever they want. I think it's probably ultimately something that I would need to discuss with Director Robinson, because obviously this is a code update that I don't think we've sent anything through Parking Commission in the past for updates to Title 20. So I'm not sure what the department preference on adding additional, regulatory review is. Did that answer your question?
Sure, thanks.
Councilmember Sims and Councilmember Rowland.
Quick note, I defer to you on the process. I invited Councilmember Rowland's response to my question as well, but it could just come in the course of debate, so up to the chair.
But first, I'd like to point out that Ordinance 1811 was a product of the Parking Commission. It changed code. Title 20 is no different. It's a piece of code. The fact that it has a different statutory process because it simply means that there's greater scrutiny, not lesser scrutiny. But second, I would suggest that with all due respect to the Plan Commission, their focus is land use planning. They're not necessarily focused on the economic impact of parking. The commission, the Parking Commission, doesn't think about traffic or safety. It just thinks about capacity. And it's very much measuring economic impact. But I mean, if anything, the planning department, which staffs the Parking Commission, should be thinking that anything having to do with the capacity of parking, which this code very much is about, should be going to the Parking Commission before it goes to Plan Commission, not us having to do it after. Finally, I'll point out that Ms. Scanlon, when talking about parking, perhaps didn't think about it, but she characterized the way that people thought about it in terms of the word need, that people need parking. And I would argue that need is another way of saying claiming a demand for. There are people who are these restaurants are claiming that they have a demand for parking, but we don't use the word need at the Parking Commission anymore. We talk about supply and demand because otherwise, need is sort of implying that you must have parking and it must always be a certain minimum. So for those reasons, I thought that it was important that we take a step back. We have plenty of time in this process. It'll give the commission a chance to weigh in, much like the Traffic Commission weighed in on another ordinance tonight, and it'll give us a chance to respectfully develop any amendment that might be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. One comment I will say. Well, I won't get into the need, supply, and all that. Many of us that drive vehicles, we need parking, okay? And we don't sit on those commissions, but we are out here in the city. We look for parking. We try to do business. We take care of stuff, and we need parking. Now, I don't want to get into a debate on how much and all that, but need is need. Now, my question, Ms. Scanlon, if recall me, and I didn't see it in my notes, what was the Planning Commission's recommended vote when it came to us?
Sorry, what was the recommended, 9-0?
9-0, thank you.
Councilmember Rowland.
Councilmember Sims, no one wants to get into a debate, but you say need is need. You're saying you need parking. What I hear is you're demanding parking. And I get it if that's the only way you get around, but not everybody gets around that way. And I would respectfully disagree that, if you want to make it that simple, you can. I don't think it's that simple. And I would actually ask that you consider your words. In this case, I think it makes a difference. Thank you.
Is there additional, thank you. Is there additional discussion on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Rollo's got his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Rallo? Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to hear from the staff's perspective on the recommendation to postpone.
Okay. I would say, I think as we've demonstrated, we want to get it right. So if this body thinks that sending that to Parking Commission is going to help that happen, then that's fine. I do want to clarify, just based on some comments by Councilmember Volin, parking is a land use issue. It's definitely a land use issue. It's a land use. So it is completely within the purview of the Plan Commission to make those decisions and have that discussion. And almost everything they see, with little exception, has parking in it. So if you all are saying that because this is over the threshold where it's 100% parking we're talking about, and so that should go to Parking Commission, I think that's different than saying issues related to parking should go to all issues related to parking should go to Parking Commission, and that Plan Commission doesn't have a purview there, because they do. But I guess to me, Parking Commission is a new thing for me. That's not something that my side of the department works well on. So I don't know if Assistant Director Rosenberger might have a comment. I think we would prefer that the recommendations sent by the Plan Commission and recommended by the staff be approved tonight, as we've said. But again, we do want it to be right. So if the majority of you think that you would like more input, then we are completely on board with making that happen as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, my support for the motion is not so much about having it reviewed by the Parking Commission. I think that I would agree with Councilmember Flaherty that we need to consider as a body the role of our different boards and commissions and have a more regular consultation with them, and kind of not do it legislation by legislation. But in this case, my reason for supporting the delay is that I would like to explore some amendments. I think that I would like to explore a decrease in the maximum for stadiums and even restaurants. I understand that there were 3 variances approved for restaurants. There were 3 cases where the city found that there was a good case to allow more parking. I don't see anything wrong with that process. Let us stick with the current maximum, and then the restaurant make a case. If there's no on-street parking, no other parking nearby, they can make that case, and it can be granted just like the 3 in the recent past. So anyway, those are my thoughts. So this time would allow us an opportunity to develop amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion on the motion to postpone. Stephen? I'm sorry, Mr. Lucas?
I wanted to just make a point of order here. A more appropriate motion may be to table the ordinance. That would comport with guidance from Roberts that generally recommends not postponing an item of business beyond the next regular session. That would allow the council to take this up at any later meeting upon a motion. It's a little more cumbersome, but if the council learns that there's a reason to take this up earlier than June 7th, I realize there's only one other meeting scheduled before then, that would allow the council to do so. I'd suggest if Councilmember Volin is willing to amend the motion, that might still accomplish the same purpose and keep more with Roberts. Thank you.
Councilmember Volin?
I take Mr. Lucas's point, and I agree. I see Ms. Rosenberger here. I'm going to ask her for a comment in a minute. I do want to say, and I will amend the motion, but first I want to say I hope no one's trying to characterize what I'm saying as that somehow the Parking Commission should supplant the Plan Commission, simply that it's there for a reason. One of the reasons it's there is, I hope you'll all remember that the ordinance that established it called for merchants to be on the commission for a reason, as Mr. Ng pointed out. While I have a certain opinion about certain line items here, I'm trying to look out for what might be seen as both sides of the issue. That's another reason why we would want to take parking-specific questions to the Parking Commission. And just to give one more illustration of why this is significant, I have spoken to a developer of very large complexes about how much parking, it's a he in this case, had to put in a project that he put up a few years ago. And his parking was always maximized as much as possible for multifamily development. And when I asked him why he couldn't reduce that number, he pointed to other parking complexes that have unlimited parking and says, I have to compete with them. And so unless we take steps to rethink the assumptions we make about parking at every different type, we're going to keep having to sort of fight it's a climate issue at that point when you're building so many fields of parking in the name of serving other needs like building more housing. So before I change the motion, I'd like to hear a comment from Assistant Director Rosenbarger.
Beth Rosenbarger, Assistant Director of Planning and Transportation. I wanted to clarify a little bit on commissions and sort of what we have sent to different commissions within planning and transportation. We tend to send Title 20 items just to Plan Commission. And maybe a reason that gets challenging, and I would say it is challenging to coordinate review of Title 20 items with other commissions, is because, as you understand, Plan Commission does have the authority, but it's also so broad. We rely on Plan Commission to have that broad land use expertise, and that when we start touching on, and so we invite more people to comment and to be a part and weigh in via the Plan Commission process. Because, for example, when you say it's a climate change issue, we're like, okay, should it also go to the Commission on Sustainability? Should we be taking this to the Environmental Commission? If it is about transportation, would we also take it to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission? If it's about people turning off of 3rd Street, or maybe we would ask, why isn't there on-street parking on 3rd Street? That could be Parking Commission and the Traffic Commission. And so it is the intersection of a lot of land use questions and interfacing issues. So in our department, we typically, Title 20 stays with Plan Commission, and I think we haven't taken it to the commissions before, to the other commissions, whereas the Traffic, Parking, and Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission weigh in and oversee Title 15 the most. There's room to do more, and I think we're open to feedback, but that is sort of the rationale of how we've looked at it that way.
Well, this is an illustration of why the Parking Commission is different from the other two commissions, because it doesn't always deal with Title 15. It does have concerns that fall into Title 20. But I would also say that, when Councilmember Smith told me that this was a big discussion at Plan Commission, it was something of a surprise to me. I wasn't aware that it was happening. I can't follow everything. But we do have in the Plan Commission process a 90-day window that would allow us, at least after the Plan Commission has taken it up, to consult with the appropriate commission for a Title 20 change. What I'm suggesting is not, while I suggested that the Parking Commission could be consulted before the Plan Commission, I can see how that might be onerous, but it certainly can be consulted after we've seen that we have the time to do it. So I don't think it's anyone's done anything negative here, just that I think there's room, especially for a commission staffed by the Planning and Transportation Department, to bring it to the Parking Commission when it's an issue of such import in Title 20. So with that, I guess I will amend my motion with permission to change it to table this ordinance, to table this ordinance.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there additional, or new discussion on the motion to table?
Point of order, I don't think it's debatable. Motion to table. I don't believe a motion to table is debatable per code and Roberts.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the motion to table?
Councilmember Scambalori?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Sandberg?
No.
Smith?
No.
Bolin?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Rosenberger?
Yes.
Sims?
Abstain.
MP Mount Smith?
Yes.
That passes 6-1. That motion is tabled. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to ordinance 23-08.
Madam President, I move that ordinance 2308 be introduced and read by the clerk by title synopsis.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Sandberg?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Volin?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Rosenberger?
Yes.
Sims?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
And Scambalori?
Yes. That passes 9-0. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2308 to amend the traffic calming and greenways program incorporated by reference into Title 15, Vehicles and Traffic, of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding amending the traffic calming and greenways program incorporated by reference into Bloomington Municipal Code Section 1526020. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance adopts an amended traffic calming and greenways program. The traffic calming and greenways program sets the standard for the prioritization and placement of neighborhood traffic calming and related traffic control devices and requires a consistent procedure for resident-led and staff-led processes. The amendments to the program include the addition of Common Council action as a required step in both the resident-led and staff-led processes.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move that ordinance 2308 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Rallo, as sponsor, would you like to present?
Yeah, so I'll be brief. I won't discuss the particular projects that I had discussed previously that led me to sponsor this ordinance, but I'm happy to address it if my colleagues would like to discuss. I regard this as a modest proposal to simply reestablish council participation into the traffic calming and greenways process. Recall that prior to 2019, we had the NTSP, which is the Neighborhood Traffic Safety Program. This evolved into the TCGP, the Traffic Calming and Greenways Program in 2019, and established what the clerk just described as the citizen and process for the process and staff of the processes. What this entails is, as I said, to reestablish council participation at the conclusion of the process, but it would behoove us to be involved throughout the process, obviously, at the beginning and at the end, and throughout the process. So I see it as a check and balance. Prior to 2019, it was a given that the council was involved in any permanent alterations of roadways. Recall currently we still are in some extent. We just approved a series of stop signs, for instance, that in some ways has, I think, much less significance than some of the proposed greenway programs. So these projects can be, let me establish why I think council should be involved. These greenway projects can be very expensive. The proposal for the Hawthorne-Weatherstone Greenway, for instance, is probably in the neighborhood of about $400,000. But staff would know better at this point. And so it is, in part, a responsibility, I think, of the council, as I said, in terms of its budgetary fiduciary responsibility over some expenditures that are that large. It allows us to evaluate priorities along the way, too. We have, for instance, many different possibilities for greenways, for instance. We have areas of the city that are very safe to walk and bike. We have other areas that are not so. And so it allows us to evaluate those and particular projects with respect to priorities and determine if there are opportunity costs that should be considered. It ensures that the process works well, particularly in terms of public engagement, which I saw as not optimal for the project that I mentioned. We are the duly elected body. We have a unique role in that respect in terms of our responsibility, obligation to constituents, to be responsive to their needs and their opinions. And so I think we have a unique role to play in that regard. It balances power between the mayor and the council. Currently, the mayor obviously has control over the Planning and Transportation Department. The mayor also appoints the majority of the members of the Bike and Ped Safety Commission that under the TCGP would be the final body for approval. The Bike and Ped Safety Commission is also, although I think they do fine work and have expertise in matters of biking infrastructure, again, we have our concern, probably our greatest concern is budgetary as the council. So I'm certainly respectful of the expertise of planning staff and the input of the Bike and Ped Commission. This is simply a step to provide further expanding democratic input from residents in the process to provide a better outcome. But besides the aforementioned reasons, this is something that was long established for 20 years, council input and participation. So I'll leave it at that and happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Rallo. Councilmember Volan?
First hear staff's response.
Oh, good.
Thank
yes, please.
Hi, Beth Rosenberger, Assistant Director of Planning and Transportation Department. Didn't do a full presentation, but just prepared some comments. Staff is not supportive of the ordinance change, and we have discussed that a bit at an earlier council meeting. Other than the signatures requirement that was removed, it hasn't changed, and our stance hasn't changed. So a few points just to bring attention to. I want to reiterate that the traffic calming and greenways program does not identify what is or is not a neighborhood greenway in our community. What will be built out as neighborhood greenways was identified through the transportation planning process and adopted via this body into the transportation plan. So when we talk about if something is or is not, that we refer to the transportation plan. And if members of the community or council members representing those members wanted something to not be a neighborhood greenway, the best path to doing that is to amend the transportation plan, which is a document that can be amended. And we're even working on staff amendments to hopefully be bringing at the end of this year or next year. So the Traffic Calming and Greenways program is a process. It has the two processes, the staff-led, which can be staff-led traffic calming, or the staff-led neighborhood greenways process, and the resident-led traffic calming process. The staff-led projects are clearly identified and prioritized even in the adopted transportation plan, and that was adopted by council in 2019. I'm happy to answer any questions about how projects were prioritized, how we go about selecting, and so forth. The resident-led projects allow residents to identify traffic calming needs and uses objective evaluation criteria to base decisions on which project should be selected. We see a lot of demand for the resident-led program, and even this year, I believe there are 11 projects that have been requested. The traffic calming, and when we implement traffic calming projects throughout the community, the toolbox of options is limited. There is a toolbox. We can use different tools to do that, but we do talk about the different tools with residents when we do neighborhood greenways and with the resident-led projects. But they are based on professional design and engineering standards. I'm not allowed, as a planner, to design a speed bump. We rely on our engineers to do that, and often we pay paid design consultants to do that, who are engineers. As staff, we think the process is working. We have done 4 projects. One is in process with this project. On one of the projects, the Hawthorne and Weatherstone Neighborhood Greenway, there's an optional third meeting, and we held the third meeting. We could tell the project was contentious. We were getting lots of feedback from residents, and we held a third meeting for that project. The result of that third meeting, I would say, was that a lot of residents supported or shared support of the project, and some residents shared that they appreciated the changes staff had made. I can't say that all the residents or 100% of people said they want it to happen in that meeting, but the ones who said, we appreciate the changes you have made, noted that staff had done a lot to change that. My impression was the residents who still didn't like it did not want it to be a neighborhood greenway. It's not that they didn't appreciate the design and the efforts, but that they genuinely don't want the project to happen whatsoever. So we do make annual budget requests for design and construction of these projects. That is usually actually within the engineering budget, since we have, since we're 2 separate departments, we collaborate with engineering, and that's where those requests come in. I will add a note from Councilmember Rallo's presentation. I am not aware of any other infrastructure projects where council approves the project in the budget and makes that condition of approval on presenting and having the design of the project approved at the end after it has been designed. I'm open to hear if I'm missing some. So the way the process works right now, we did set it up to try to make projects happen on a 2-year cycle. In most transportation projects that we do, it takes a while to design a project, and with the traffic calming is there's not an exception to that. So with the traffic calming and neighborhood greenway projects, we're sending notice out to residents ahead of the first meeting, so we mail that notice. We schedule the first meeting. We create a conceptual design with the consultants. We present it at the second meeting, and we decide if a third meeting is necessary. Then the design gets all the T's crossed and the I's dotted, and it goes to bid through the bidding process. And we try to structure it so that we can put the projects out to bid at the end of the calendar year in order to be constructed the next year. All these things do kind of take a surprising amount of time. We hear that from residents too, but we have worked to set it up so that projects can be installed within about 18 months of being approved. The reasons we set that up and that we try to make the process predictable is when you work with people and design something with them and talk about something happening in their neighborhood, it's easy to forget that, or it's easy for a design to get stale if there are multiple years in between. So we did create the whole program trying to think about the realities of construction cycles, bidding, and some predictability in that model. We can put projects to bid in the spring also, but we just really try to make it so we can be prepared to get the best prices for construction and when that happens in the season. Some concerns we have with how this is drafted is that there's no shared criteria or evaluation criteria for staff to work from. So if projects come to council how can we know ahead of time if something is likely to be approved or not approved? There's also no required time clock from when a design is ready to when council would need to introduce that in the way we see with rezone requests, that if it doesn't come, it's automatically approved. And we don't know either what would happen if the idea is if council would vote projects up and down, or would council be amending a design to remove a speed cushion or to change something that has been done with a lot of expertise and care. If you move a speed cushion or you move a bump out, it has repercussions for drainage and other things. So staff, we are open to changes in the program. We don't like the changes as suggested that happen at the end of the process. So to think about it, the way it's written, council would vote at the end of the process with no formal criteria, and staff will have put resources, including additional budget and time, into something that can be scrapped. So it would be after a project was identified in the transportation plan, after we've mailed notice to households where we tell them when the dates will be for the meeting, after we've contracted and paid for design from the city budget, after residents have shown up to potentially 3 public meetings already to discuss the project, and after a 30-day public comment period for the project that's required before the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission meeting. If people are commenting tonight, I would be interested to hear from residents how they feel about more meetings. I know sometimes it's seen that more meetings give more opportunities, but often it can be a burden, we hear from residents. So there's a lot, it's 8:40, and council meetings are really difficult for people to predict. And I think it's just a real challenge, right? It's very difficult to get this dialed in, but anyone who was looking at this on the agenda has no idea what time it will be heard and what time they should show up and how long they'll have to stay. And we do know it's really hard for people to be able to have that time, and a lot of people don't have 9-to-5 jobs who work in the service sector. So it's something to consider. Some changes we think could be useful. We would like to work on making sure council knows which projects we're pursuing each year. I think there are lots of ways we could do better with that. What if we plan an annual presentation on greenways and traffic calming, so we can talk about which projects are being constructed that year and which projects are lined up to be designed. I feel like that would honestly be really great, a great time to talk about the projects in the works and make sure that council members are aware of what's in the pipeline. It would also help because you all would know ahead of your constituents and help us spread the word about projects too. Other options would be, if you did a vote, we would love for it to happen at the beginning, not at the end. Voting at the end is so much uncertainty, and an example, it does take staff time, which is public money, but also money that we allocate in the budget for the design contracts. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenbarger.
May I make a quick response?
Yes, go ahead. Councilmember Rallo.
Well, I think the way to prevent uncertainty is exactly what Assistant Director Rosenbarger just stated, which is to update the council as the process is going. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll speak up too. So I think the way to prevent the uncertainty is exactly what Ms. Rosenbarger just stated, which is to update the council, for instance, as we often have been updated by staff about proposed projects. And I think then the uncertainty is removed for her and for her staff and for the council as well as we proceed. If council is involved only at the beginning, then we have really little responsibility for the outcome at the end. And while it's true that we approved a greenways plan, it's very ambiguous what a greenway can be. It can be anything from a marked side path on South Downs and Sheridan, which functions very well, although the road is in terrible condition there and needs repaving. Or it could be something really, really heavily engineered. And maybe that's needed in some cases, but that can be explained by the expert. And I think that we're all in the council open to that expertise. Lastly, I want to take exception to the third meeting that was pursued as an option. That was only pursued after I think I introduced the TCGP revision proposal. The second meeting was very, very contentious. I've never seen such negativity expressed by the public at a public meeting. And I think it was because they were blindsided by what the outcome was proposed to be. And when they asked staff, they were told by staff that the bidding process would occur within a week. So there wasn't going to be a third meeting at all. That was done, post hoc after this debate and legislation was being formed. So again, I think that council involvement appeared for 20 years. I think that this is something that we've been involved in the past. And Mr. Lucas, isn't it clear, isn't it true that all Title 15 projects are reviewed and passed by us?
The council reviews amendments to Title 15. It was previously the case that traffic calming projects were codified in that title. That was amended a number of years ago, I believe, when the TCGP was adopted.
Yeah, right. So this just reestablishes our involvement as we've had for 2 decades prior to 2019. So thanks for the opportunity.
Ms. Rosenberger, a couple of comments, and then let's come to council for questions.
Thank you. I just want to qualify or clarify, because it seems like some of our intent was stated. Staff fully intended on having a third public meeting for the Hawthorne Weatherstone project. Thanks. And I know it was mentioned that these are considered expensive projects. In terms of infrastructure and transportation, neighborhood greenways are a great price. A sidewalk costs $3 to $4 million per mile to build. A neighborhood greenway might cost $400,000. I don't know if it could be up to $600,000 for a mile. So that is an incredible price for the level of infrastructure. And I know this one, even like a far-fetched one, I think the 4th Street garage cost about $30 million. So in terms of infrastructure, it is a pretty good deal, I would say. And in terms of how things are approved, it's true, council, of course, approves everything in Title 15, but rarely is the design brought as an approval. So even with the council sidewalk committee, I know that council members approve where the sidewalk, we design the sidewalk and approve where it will go, but they don't come back and reapprove to make sure that something specific happened or examine the cross slope or things like that. So sidewalks actually aren't codified, their locations, so those don't even come through in Title 15, but they are approved via council sidewalk. So just to clarify that most of the things in Title 15 are more of, what's the word, like traffic regulations are a big part of Title 15. Thanks.
Let's come to council for questions. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Rosenberger, and then Councilmember Volan.
Hi, thanks. I had a question, I think, for staff. I know it's been a long time since we have been here, but the last time we talked about this, staff put forth some recommendations, I think you said tonight too, about getting approval earlier in the process. And also another one was that traffic calming projects require one council member to write a letter of support. And I think a recommendation was to require more council members to write a letter of support for a traffic calming project. And I just wanted to know if you have then talked with the sponsor about any changes since those were recommended?
No, I don't believe those options have been discussed. I am aware with the resident-led process right now, it requires a letter from one council member. Yes, that's it.
Is that something you would still recommend, increasing the number of council members?
I would say we're open to it. I do know it, I've heard from some community members, it can be challenging to get in touch with council members. I know you all are very busy and there's a lot, but it would be, so we're open to it, but I think it would be great to hear from people as to their experience with that too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger, does that conclude your question?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Volin.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the presentation and the responses, the debate there. Councilmember Rallo, would you say that council is still in charge of roadways in general, regardless of greenways? In other words, one of the implications of your proposal would be that, well, why don't we also regulate the design of any street that gets built in a new subdivision, any street that gets altered? I mean, the same arguments apply that you made, that we have a fiduciary responsibility to oversee spending, and we should be involved with the design of anything involving the right-of-way, not just a greenway. What do you say to that?
I think that roadways are probably more predictable. As I said, there's a lot of ambiguity about what a greenway is. So currently, the greenway that is proposed is essentially altering an existing greenway. The greenway already exists on Hawthorne Highland. It's existed for some time. It's marked with a sign. It's a low volume, low traffic street. I bike it. I know other people that bike it and actually walk in the street without problem. So this particular proposal is a very large one with a lot of engineering aspects to it, and that is an alteration of the roadway that's going to affect the roadway for other vehicular traffic and so forth. I think the predictive quality of a roadway is pretty well, established as a residential road. There are other bodies that oversee that too. I mean, for instance, the Plan Commission make sure that there is adequate connectivity, ingress, egress, that roadways are serving the particular project. So they do have oversight.
Call it ambiguous when I think you mean complex, that greenways are more complex than typical roads. I'm not seeing why the complexity of an effort to change a road to make it more accessible by non-motor vehicle traffic raises it to a level that it should be considered by the council when everything else goes through an executive process that's well known and well established. There's a reason we changed the NTSP a few years ago, and it was for this reason. So that's why I'm trying to understand why you would undo this change only for this class of roadway.
Yes, let me put it a different way. There is a spectrum of engineering projects that could be applied to create a greenway. I live beside a greenway, and that greenway has sharrows and is marked as a greenway. That's all it is. So it's a very low budget greenway, and it seems to function. In terms of fiduciary oversight, I think that I would say that we need to evaluate in terms of misapplication of resources and opportunity costs in terms of over engineering projects. But if it's needed and if it can be established, then the council would, I assume, approve it. you know? If this is an objective process, then show us the facts, the objective facts.
Right, but again,
these are alterations
you're,
in the roadway. Yes, we did give it up, but I think that what I'm seeing right now is it's a deficient process. And that's what I'm hearing from many, many constituents of mine. The project is deficient because it did not include sufficient public input.
okay, well, I think that that concern has been answered adequately by staff. There was a third meeting. It was a much calmer meeting. But again, you're bringing up we also eliminated
But
this.
it wasn't going to happen. As I said, we have an email from staff saying that the project was going out to bid after the second meeting. So the third meeting happened essentially because, well, I mean, it was probably a mix of a lot of outraged people, but also I think my proposal for a TCGP alteration.
Okay, I'd like to hear from Ms. Rosenbarger on this comment.
Was there any email that said that the bidding process?
I'll ask the question, Mr. Rallo. Thank you. Ms. Rosenbarger, could you please respond to?
Yes, I forgot to respond to that earlier. So I am not aware of, it became, I guess, a rumor or confusion that people thought the project was going to bid a week after the second meeting. It wasn't. I don't know. I can double check with engineering staff because they do that part more. I am happy to double check on that. It kept getting said by residents at the second meeting. We did not send the project to bid. It was not our intention. I guess you could say in some places it could have gone amazingly well, and then it could have gone to bid. I don't think it was ready to, but it wasn't, and I don't think we said this project is going to bid in 1 week, period. So I'm confused on it and interested.
Could you forward that email to us?
I'll have the resident that inquired send it, but I was at that second meeting and I inquired of Ms. Rosenbarger if this proposed project was going to go to the Bike and Ped Safety Commission, which was, I think, about 2 weeks after that second meeting for review and presumably approval. And she responded yes. So to me, that was an expedited process. Now, between the first meeting, which was simply a schematic of where the Greenway would go, and the second meeting, which was an entirely already engineered project, there was no opportunity for the public to be aware of what alteration was going to happen. That's why there was such anger.
I've got more questions, but there's a whole lot to untangle here, so I'll leave it to other people. Thank you.
Sounds like maybe there's some confusion about what going to bid means or what going to Bike Ped Safety Commission means. Do you think it's possible that council members or residents misinterpreted the next step in the process as quote unquote going to bid? That's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. Honestly, I don't have enough information, so I would be happy to see that email that's being referenced. I guess also as staff, sometimes it's a challenge because it does depend on how the meeting goes and how ready the project is. But we were following the adopted process. So the design of a neighborhood greenway is presented at the second meeting in order to get feedback on the design. If that meeting goes well and people don't raise any major concerns, it can move forward from that second meeting to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission for review and approval. It does require a 30-day comment period from before it can be heard by the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission. And once a design is finalized, it can go to bid. I'll have to find more details. I do remember that residents said this project is going to bid in a week, and we did not know why they thought that. So I'm just unsure.
A small follow-up, if that's okay, which is that I believe Councilmember Rallo referred to Sharrows on the ground as a greenway, and what's staff's opinion with respect to what makes a greenway or not, and whether or not sharrows constitute a greenway? Thank you.
Sure, I'll reference the transportation plan. Neighborhood greenways, also referred to as bicycle boulevards or neighborhood bikeways, are low-speed, low-volume, shared roadways that create a high-comfort walking and bicycling environment. In addition to shared lane markings and wayfinding signs, traffic calming or diversion treatments are often used to promote speed and volume reductions. And there's a little bit more, but so we would say signage plus traffic calming and/or diversions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission met on Monday and considered this proposal. Could somebody from the staff please tell us what they decided?
I was checking if the staff liaison wanted to. The Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission did review it. They voted unanimously in opposition to the changes and discussed, if I'm remembering from the minutes, the not preferring the political nature of something going to council compared with using other criteria to evaluate projects.
Thank you. I also wanted to hearken back to the days before the TCGP, when we had the neighborhood, what was it called, Neighborhood Transportation and Greenways Program or something like that. And I remember when we voted to replace that program with the TCGP. There were many reasons for it. Can you review, please, for us some of the reasons for replacing the old program?
Sure. The old program, I think, resulted in almost zero successful traffic calming projects being implemented. It required residents to vote and return ballots, and actually similar, I think, to historic preservation designation. It isn't about the number of ballots returned and what that vote is. In order for a project to happen, it had to receive 51% of eligible votes, so out of all the ballots that were mailed, not just out of the ballots returned. So sometimes you could receive more yeses for a project to move forward, but you didn't receive enough per the number. So I used to describe that as a higher threshold than how we elect President of the United States, because that's, well, actually electoral, anyway. And then all the projects were approved at council as a final step as well, but I'm not sure. I know it was before my time at the city, there was a lot of controversy over traffic calming on West 3rd Street, and I heard that was a historically contentious meeting as well. So mainly the barriers were too high, and it was really difficult even when neighbors wanted traffic calming to be installed, and even when staff saw the need, the barriers were too high for traffic calming to happen.
Thank you.
Additional round one questions. Councilmember Smith.
Could I just respond to that, though? Because I'm not trying to, just to be clear, this particular ordinance revision doesn't contain the threshold, any change in the threshold number for neighborhood-driven projects. And I also know of projects that were approved that have been very effective for traffic calming. For instance, on Circle Drive and Sheridan and Mitchell, that received 100%, by the way, of resident support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Ms. Rosenberg, thanks for the presentation and talking to us about this, because it is it's confusing for me, even though I've been thinking about this for a while with all these different things going back and forth. Is there a greenway near this greenway that's going to be developed? Is there already an existing greenway?
Sorry, are you referring specifically to the Hawthorne Weatherstone project?
Yes.
Yes. So there are markings on the ground on Hawthorne and signs, because basically what we've considered the threshold for something to be a greenway has increased over time as there's more research and experience from other cities about what creates a more comfortable street for people walking and bicycling. So previously—
So there's not another road close to this in the same direction that's a greenway already?
No, I think it is Hawthorne. There are parts of the street Highland that are also signed as a neighborhood greenway route. Neither of them currently has traffic calming installed. They do have wayfinding signs and some markings on the ground, both of those streets.
Okay. And then can I ask Mr. Rallo a question? Councilmember Rallo a question?
Go ahead.
Sure.
From your constituents, what is the majority opinion about this Greenway project? What do they, what are they thinking about this?
Well, those in the neighborhood, I would judge, it's well over 90%, maybe more, are see it as unnecessary because it's already a low volume, low traffic volume, low speed road that's easy to walk on and to ride bikes. Currently, what the proposal is to have Hawthorne go through to Weatherstone at the dead end. Currently, what exists is Hawthorne and Highland Greenway. So you go from Hawthorne and then you go one block east to Highland, and that extends to Weatherstone through a pathway. So the pathway already exists one block east. So they wonder, with the priorities of the city and the amount of money that we have in expenditure for this, why is this such a high priority when there doesn't seem to be any problem, and yet other needs are not met? And they said specifically at the time, a walk signal at Hawthorne and Atwater was a priority, and because there was a faculty member who was killed there trying to cross, and it's a dangerous place to cross. So they saw it as an opportunity cost. And may I just say, Mr. Lucas, you are in possession of that email right now. I sent it to you. I think you had others send it to you. I removed the name of the person who sent the email to staff because I haven't gotten her permission to display her name, but the email's from Mr. Robling. So you're welcome to display that or send it to council members.
Do you have a follow-up or no?
I do not.
Okay. Additional round one questions? If not, I'll take a turn. I keep trying to remind myself that this ordinance is about more than just the Hawthorne Greenway. It's about a process that we use. And so I keep trying to do that. That said, and with that in mind, it would be helpful to me to hear about the Hawthorne Greenway or any other greenway that you could think of that you've worked on, and this is directed to Ms. Rosenbarger. Could you share some examples of changes you have made based on resident feedback? So post-meeting two, if you will, what are some examples of changes you have made in response to resident feedback?
Sure, and you mean generally, I can do from a few projects if you'd like.
A few projects is great.
Sure. So first, input impacts the design at various stages. The purpose of the first meeting is to go to residents without a design and ask what we should know about their street and neighborhood that we might not know. So sometimes drainage comes up, sometimes how people use different paths comes up, or with the Hawthorne Weatherstone Greenway, something that came up was how kids play in the woods in between Hawthorne and Weatherstone, and that was important. So we do take all that initial information into consideration to make the first draft design too. So then one of my favorite design feedbacks was with the East Allen Street Greenway. Someone told us that she bikes her children most places that she goes, and that her children ride in a bicycle trailer, and that if she always had to go over a speed bump on the bike, that it would wake up her kids because they fall asleep a lot when they're biking because they go a lot of places in town. So she asked that the gaps between speed cushions be wide enough for a bike trailer carrying a child. And we designed for that. So that is actually a design standard that we've used on all the greenways to make sure people biking with kids can fit through. On Hawthorne Weatherstone, we heard people didn't like the, I'm sorry, because I didn't like practice with the design before I came, so I might like honestly flip it in the wrong order. But it was that people either didn't like the bump outs more or didn't like the speed cushions more. So we changed it in the design to remove some of them and to use the tool they preferred over the tool they didn't want to see as much. But I don't remember exactly which one. And I'm trying to think of more. One time with a resident, there's somebody who gardens a ton, and she was most willing to have a bump out near her and volunteered to put her gardening into the bump out. So that was a consideration with the design as well. When we often hear, or something with Hawthorne Weatherstone, was residents shared how crossing First Street and Maxwell were barriers to them because cross traffic doesn't stop on those streets, but Hawthorne does. So we added into the design little traffic calming on Maxwell and First Street. We call it upstream traffic calming so that vehicles would be traveling at a predictable speed for people trying to cross the street. So those are some of the examples I can come up with. I'm happy to do more.
And equally important to me is the flip side of that question. Are there times when you have received feedback that you have declined to include in a design? And if so, could you talk about that?
Yes, I mean, we hear conflicting things from residents. So even with Hawthorne Weatherstone, some residents, I wouldn't actually say this is a design element, but they don't prefer that there will be a trail connection between Hawthorne and Weatherstone, and other residents express that they're very excited about that. So inevitably, we're not going with what somebody has asked for in that case. I'm trying to think of others. I mean, I'll have to think on it, honestly. But usually we do try to, other examples are like where speed cushions are in relation to driveways is a concern we talk with people about and adjust. I'll have to think on it.
Coming up, I'm sure. But no, of greatest importance to me in this conversation so far is how residents are listened to. So that's what I'm trying to get at. But Councilmember Sandberg. Round two now.
I have a question about the comment that was made, the assertion that since the City Council has already approved the transportation plan, that ends our involvement. We've done our job and now we should step back. I mean, is that kind of what was meant by that statement? Because, of course, we have approved a lot of plans, but I think I'd like to hear a little bit more about what you feel is an elected body's responsibility to perhaps alter a plan if it's not meeting fiscal or if it's not meeting the needs of our constituents, because we hear from them as the elected body. We certainly hear from them. So can you explain a little bit more about what your feelings are about once we adopt a plan, how strictly do we need to adhere to that plan, or is there room for alteration, room for change that council absolutely needs to have some say in? I mean, you made that statement, and I just kind of want to be clear, is that what planning and transportation feels, that once we approve a plan, there can be no changes that council then can participate in?
Sure. we 100% think that council can approve a plan and then change a plan. As staff, we work from the plans as working documents that are intended to be implemented. So we don't have other processes where, other than the budget approval, for like a project getting approved within the budget would be another helpful example, I think, as a tool of a project getting approved and reviewed by council. So for example, I would say we use the transportation plan and expect or assume that the expectation is that council would like us to implement it, as would the community, and that we try our best in the plans to communicate what those designs will be. So for example, I'm assuming through council plus its federal funding, there's a multi-use path on 17th Street, and that multi-use path would have been presented in the budget process, and through council's fiscal oversight would have voted to support the funding for the multi-use path in the budget and to make our match for the MPO project. But the project did not come back again for design approval to review the design of the project. So I think what I feel concerned about is the separation of approving a project and approving, or staff, approving the project versus approving the design of the project at the end. And it's, so I would say, yes, of course, council can amend a plan. I think those are my thoughts, yeah.
Is it fair to say that every single plan within any adopted plan must be implemented? Or do we, as the fiscal body, have a responsibility to kind of balance what is the priority and what are we hearing from our constituents? And how do we then adapt those plans to suit the needs of the community? And again, as an elected body, this is our fiscal responsibility as well as our representatives. So is that fair to say that not every single design element of a plan needs to be executed when it comes down to making budgetary decisions?
Well, I would think in creating and adopting a plan, our preference is that the design does get implemented. Logistically, it can't all happen, and it can't all happen immediately, but I think that's where project prioritization and discussions around that come into play. But I do want to differentiate approving and prioritizing a project versus reviewing and voting on the design of that project. And those are two different levels of oversight in terms of, yes, we approve, move forward with this project, and then again, yes, we want to review the exact design of this project as well. So I don't think we see both of those happening with other infrastructure or capital projects for that matter.
That's it for now, thanks.
Additional round 2 questions. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, Ms. Rosenberger, could you speak to the importance of greenways for connectivity in the city, aside from their impact on the people who live along the greenway, the impact on people getting to different places in the city?
Yes, so streets are tricky, right? They connect us throughout the whole community. And so when we do notice for a project, we tend to, even with the traffic calming program, the notice is about proximity to the project. The challenge with transportation is you don't have to live right there to use a street. In the same way that probably people who live next to Switchyard Park get a lot of use and enjoyment out of Switchyard Park, and also the whole community can go to Switchyard Park and enjoy that park. Neighborhood greenways, and also streets for that matter, are very similar. The people who live closest are likely to use it more, but streets are a network and we need to use them to get across our entire community. Neighborhood greenways serve a function, and the goal in the transportation plan is to create a network. We call it like a bare bones network across the community, so that people who live south of Hillside or farther south can connect on the Hawthorne Weatherstone. People who We've heard from a resident who uses the West Allen Street Greenway, but lives farther west than the Greenway also, and wasn't included in the notice. So we know that there's, just like our streets and driving, they're serving a wider array of residents than just the residents who live next to it.
Additional round, what are we, 2 questions? What? Oh, Councilmember Rosenbarger, then Councilmember Volin.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, I guess, staff about public input, because it's really important to me that public gets good opportunity to talk about this and like understand and like talk about their opinions and what they want on these city streets. Like reading through the Bike Ped Commission minutes, and I think some people in there made some good points that there are a lot of public meetings, and then there's the Bike Ped meeting that's public and digital outreach, and that they were seeing adding council meetings as a barrier to participation. And I know some people talk about adding council meeting is more opportunity for participation. And like what worries me is in District 1, we've had a traffic calming project up in Crestmont with the Bloomington Housing Authority, and they just applied for another one. And these are folks that I think almost never come to city council meetings, but I think it's because they got to plan meeting times with you all that like they could do this. So just like, what do you see is an appropriate amount of public input? And like, do you see adding as a pro or a con to this process?
Sorry, and that was to me, right? Not, okay.
Yes.
Deciding on the exact amount of, well, I guess I would differentiate between public meetings and public input. Public meetings aren't the only way or time that people provide input on projects. And it's one way, and we do try to get the word out because a meeting does allow for, honestly, great conversations and a more useful dialogue. But there are other ways that people give input, and that can be through an online form, through comments, or through emails about a project as well. We do a lot of projects, and I would say the engineering department is the one sort of leading the capital projects. And I think people have a lot of demands on their time. So I see it as a challenge for people to show up. And different people have different elements of their life. I would say people with a 9-to-5 or who maybe don't need childcare or don't have children, it's easier for them to come to meetings often than people with small children. People who are working other hours might have a hard time. So mainly I would say it's a challenge to get the word out about meetings, and it's a challenge to get people to meetings, and it's a challenge to separate the conversations more because you have different conversations in each meeting. So sometimes it's even fewer meetings can be better when you're like, just show up. We're going to have one conversation, and it's really important to come to this one. But if you have 5, you might have 10 people who can go to all 5 meetings, and you might have 25 people who can only make it to 2 meetings or 1 meeting. So it's difficult, I think. And we would say more meetings makes it more challenging, makes it challenging for people. I'll add, it also makes it unclear when they should come, because if people have, I guess we all have limited time, which one is the meeting they need to come to? Do they need to come to all 4 or all 5? Do they need to only show up to 1? It is difficult, and that's difficult to communicate to people.
Councilmember Rosenbarger, does that conclude your question?
It does, thank you.
And Councilmember Volin.
Mr. Rallo, You said that we have an obligation to the needs of our constituents, but there was no referendum among every voting citizen on this proposal of any kind. Does your statement include constituents who do not express their needs directly to you?
Could you repeat that? Does this include constituents who don't express their needs?
Right. Did your statement about an obligation to the needs of our constituents, does that include constituents who don't express their needs directly to you or who don't attend the meeting like that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for instance, we were just talking about equity concerns. If you looked at page 18 in the transportation plan, the neighborhood where this greenway that already exists, that's calm, people use, people don't think needs to be modified, is described as the best biking infrastructure in the city. There's a heat map on page 18. So there are other needs elsewhere where you know, more engineered biking spaces are needed for people. So
my question.
I'm concerned about those individuals and you know their accessibility.
I mean, I don't think I had I mean, like you said, you have an obligation to the needs of our constituents, but I mean, as contentious as that second Weatherstone meeting was, did it represent everyone? Did it represent everyone who is a citizen, a voting citizen affected by, or even non-voting citizen? Like you're making a claim that you have an obligation to the needs of your constituents, but you're only talking about the ones who show up and are loud. And so to what extent do people who are either not loud or weren't at that meeting matter in your assessment of the situation?
Yes, I just described why. Because I believe, you know, there was an argument made that this was a misplaced investment. And so, you know, when you've got a limited amount of dollars and you need to establish biking infrastructure, and I was the chair of the Platinum Bike Task Force. I'm very much in favor of biking and ped. We have to consider misallocation.
Again, I don't think you're answering my question, but let me follow up with the question that I was going to ask you, because you also said in your opening statement, I've never seen such negativity expressed by the public at a public meeting in reference to the second Weatherstone Greenway project meeting.
Yes.
I have seen far worse protests that you were also at, not the least of which was the protests against the Bearcat that interrupted the State of the City in 2018, and that when we held a meeting to hear the protests, this chamber was full of people who were very angry. So how do you reconcile these two ideas that somehow we have an obligation to the needs of our constituents, but are we only addressing those who are very loud? And those people who either don't speak up or who are too quiet to speak up, are we really representing them when we're responding to the loudest people?
No, I'm telling you that our charge is to represent everyone in the city and their needs. And we know we have a limited amount of resources. And so we have to be very judicious about how those resources are deployed. And so it's part of the consideration that we should make and why our involvement is so important. The anger was manifest because the people felt they hadn't been consulted and there was no time for input. And you should have, I think in your inbox by now, the email from Ryan, from Planning and Transportation dated October 18th, where it says the bidding would begin on the project a week after the second public hearing on October 24th. So there wasn't going to be, in my mind, if the bidding has already begun on a project, how much change could possibly happen to that project in the meantime, to the third meeting, if there was going to be a third meeting? So
I don't see the mail yet. It may have, if it was forwarded, it might be dated October and shows up in October in my list. But Again, I would submit that you haven't really answered my question, but that's it for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I've tried. It's about equity.
I know you tried, but I don't believe you answered my question. Thank you.
Round two questions before we go to public comment. I want to be sensitive to the fact that we've had folks with us for 3 hours now waiting to comment. So, oh, Beth, I'm sorry. Ms. Rosenberger, sorry.
I do want to respond and clarify. Councilmember Rallo, thank you for forwarding the email. It was really helpful. It is an email that staff said the project was going to bid in a week. That happened. The email happened. It was a mistake because they conflated a different project, which was the Maxwell Lane traffic calming project. We clarified it at the meeting, but I understand it was stated in an email, and that is very confusing, and I know that residents were confused on that. It was not our intention to take that project to bid a week after the second meeting. That wouldn't be following the process. It would not have gone to the Bike and Pedestrian Commission, nor had the 30-day comment. So we did make a mistake, and sorry for that error. Thank you.
Let's go to public comment. Could I see a show of hands in council? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Mr. 6. Sorry. Mr. Lucas, could you extend our invitation on Zoom, please? And if you want to start assembling toward the podium.
I see 4 hands already up on Zoom. If there are now 5, if there are additional members of the public on Zoom that would like to comment on this ordinance, please use the raise hand feature to let us know. You can find that in your control bar under the Reactions tab or the More tab. You can also send a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak. Looks like we're now up to 7 on Zoom.
Okay, I'm generally going to try and alternate between the two. So if you could help me with that, Mr. Lucas, that would be great. So let's begin here in chambers. If you would, please share your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Jack Waninger, and I'm a resident of Elm Heights, and I oppose Ordinance 2308. First, I believe that the city's boards and commissions play a really important role in our city governance and policy process, and I was pretty pleased to see that this ordinance was sent to the Bike and Pedestrian Commission for consideration. And as you're all aware, that commission voted unanimously to recommend a no vote on this ordinance. And I hope that you all consider that when you end up voting on this ordinance. I also speak as someone who regularly commutes by bicycle and has had to be wary of motorists traveling at unsafe speeds on residential streets and neighborhoods, such as First Street in the Elm Heights neighborhood. And higher traffic speeds are obviously tightly linked with higher rates of pedestrian and cyclist fatality. And as Bloomington experiences increased rates of traffic injuries and deaths, I think that unnecessary obstruction of traffic calming measures and greenways in our neighborhoods will cost lives. And I fear that Ordinance 2308 will add a layer of delay to this process that is entirely unnecessary. And I hope my reasons for opposing this ordinance are clear, and I urge every member to vote against it. Thank you.
Mr. Weininger. And let's go to Zoom.
First on Zoom is Carol Canfield.
Ms. Canfield, welcome. Could you confirm your name for the record, please? And then you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, Carol Canfield. Regarding the proposed amendment, I would urge the council to vote in favor of it. I think it is important in general that the more eyes that see proposed plans that affect the public, the better, and especially the eyes of the council that oversees anything affecting the city as a whole, and that certainly includes any traffic issues that arise. It concerns me that the council was removed from this process and that the second public meeting on the resident-led proposal process was eliminated, and a simple majority of 51% was reduced to the lesser of 30% or 24 affected housing units. This reduces the number of people who may even know about a proposal, let alone have the opportunity to speak to it. Also, network users who may use the affected roadway really have no representation, which the council's oversight and input would restore. I'm learning that the fewer people who know about a project or a proposed project, the result is usually not necessarily in the best interests of the populace. So more eyes, not fewer, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. Let's come here in chambers.
I'm Tracy B. I'm a walker, a biker, and a transit. This is really high. I'm a walker, a biker, and a transit user. I've even been known to drive. I'm also a parent and the reluctant president of the Maple Heights Neighborhood Association. A neighborhood that is full of children, full of people who walk, bike, some by choice, some not. We are in desperate need of traffic calming, if not sidewalks. Actually, we need sidewalks. But sidewalks are expensive. Until recently, limited city sidewalk funds were a political process. And Maple Heights did not benefit as much as other neighborhoods. Many of our residents aren't as politically engaged as other neighborhoods. They're too busy. They're working, they have children. Now I hear the introduction of making traffic calming a political process. I'm trying to lead my neighborhood toward taking on traffic calming, and it's daunting. We're looking at years. This sort of added layer of bureaucracy will slow the process further and make it less accessible, less equitable, not more. So I would urge you to vote against.
Thank you, Ms. B. And let's go to Zoom.
Next on Zoom is Mark Stossberg.
Mr. Stossberg, welcome. If you would confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mark Stossberg. I just happened to come from a traffic calming meeting with the Park Ridge East neighbors, and the city staff there mentioned explicitly that there would be a third meeting if they needed to. It sounded like it's a standard part of the process now. I was the author of a 2020 sidewalk equity audit. That report analyzed how equitable the city council had been funding sidewalks through 2004, and it found that the process had not been equitable. In particular, there was almost 50% of the projects went to one district, District 4, currently represented by Dave Rollo, and compared to best practices for equity, a fault in the current design was the political override. Even if there was an objective process with equity metrics, the city council could throw that out. The city council, 6 of the 9 positions are represented to specifically advocate for a particular part of the town. And with limited funds, it is in their job description. I mean, part of what they do is they represent an area to bring funds there. So when you add this political override, if you represent a wealthier part of town where people have more time to participate in 5-hour city council meetings, it works better for you. If you have a system that has a district with more people who believe the system works for them, that works better for you. But if you want a more equitable system, then that's one built on an objective criteria that does not have a political override at the end. So when there's a suggestion to keep doing things how we've been doing them for the last 20 years when it comes to transportation equity, well, you know, the data spoke for itself that that system was broken, it was not equitable. And if we want to do things better with more equity, we need to move away from a system with political overrides towards focusing on the more objective system. So I support the Bike Ped Safety Commission's recommendation, and I oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stossberg. Welcome, if you would. After you sign in, please share your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Katie Yoder, and I am commenting to express my strong opposition to the amendment being voted on tonight. Excuse my voice, I've been yelling at people speeding down my street. Just kidding. To quote a neighbor, requiring a majority of city council members to vote in favor turns solutions into a political popularity contest of privilege rather than solutions based on data and research. Please also consider the money spent in salaried city planning staff time professionals in their field who should have to leverage to act in such in navigating the added red tape. I've heard members comment on too much top-down big government and giving the planning department too much power, and council participation has gone to the wayside. It is important to note that this body has already approved the budget, approved the comp plan that makes safe greenways a priority in the city, appointed and approved members to the Bike and Ped Committee, approved the traffic calming program guidelines. The oversight has happened. You all were there. Adding another layer of bureaucracy is unnecessary. An impression has been presented by some council members and residents that these greenways fall out of the sky and are suddenly being built, and this is simply not the case. In fact, I can speak ad nauseum about the process. My own neighborhood applied for resident-led calming and now are part of a staff-led greenway project. I'm a member of the public, and I feel very engaged in the process. To comment on what Ms. Rosenbarger said about the burden on residents to attend meetings, tonight I've missed swim lessons with my kids, bedtime, and soon my own bedtime. And I promise you, I don't want you to be hearing my voice right now because it sounds awful. And I've got some immense privilege in being here. I've been participating in this process for years in my neighborhood, and I know not everyone has the bandwidth to attend more meetings. I will note, and I'm sorry to do so, but this feels pertinent to this process. Our own district council representative was unresponsive to our request to write us a letter, and we had to reach out to an at-large member when we completed our application. It would be so much work to convince a majority of this body to support our greenway, and I feel doubtful in our ability to do that when we can't even get the support of one of our own neighbors. Not because I don't think our representation isn't supportive of our greenway, but because you guys have a lot going on. But if you want to continue to participate, come to the meetings, hot off the presses. Like Mark Stossberg said, I just biked over here from our own greenway meeting in Park Ridge East tonight, down the 7 line, which was great. Even at this early stage, there was a representative from, sorry, I'll wrap up here. We're not going to get exactly what we want every time, and I'm sorry to the neighbor that didn't get what they wanted, but this is not the case citywide. I am participating. I am here. I was in the meeting in our neighborhood tonight. Yes, thank you. I'm done.
There you did. All right. Thank you, Ms. Yoder. Let's go to Zoom.
Next on Zoom is Chris Sturbaum.
Mr. Sturbaum, welcome. Please confirm your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I wanted to say that I did vote to support this Greenways plan, and I do support it. And I think planning and transportation gets a lot of this right. When they're in trouble now because they get some of them wrong. And saying that we don't want any oversight, of course they don't. But they need some, and they've proven it. You know, for instance, you don't want to establish a pattern that we don't want to listen to the public. You know, and opening up the discussion of Lower Cascades is an example of that. You know, and you get most of it right. And I get it, that lowering that to 30%, I understand how hard it is to get 50%. That's not even in question. It's just, when you get it wrong, where's the way to resolve that problem? This even protects you. It keeps the mistakes from happening. And I know all our council members support this. And this is what I don't like, is attacking people that oppose these plans as in specifics, saying that you don't agree with these underlying ideas. And that's not fair, and it's not true. You know, when I do a remodeling, we start with a plan, an architect's drawing. And sometimes we run into a problem. Sometimes there's something we didn't anticipate. And sometimes the big drawing doesn't deal with the small details. And that's what neighbors know, and that's what people in the area know. And thinking you know better than all of them is really a mistake and a danger. And that doesn't happen very often. But when it does, where do people go? They have to go to their council, and the council goes, I'm sorry, we didn't. Other people voted on this plan years ago, so we can't do anything about it. We can't fix these small details. And there's no way, you know, this is a 1,000-foot view of the plan. When you're down on the street level, there's something that you didn't see. You can't imagine that everybody imagined every possible problem. And maybe sometimes a stop sign is the right answer. And 7 lines sounded really good on paper, but then people started running into each other. And where's the adjustment to that? 1 extra stop sign, even though the engineer said these should all be changed. So I was in part of the whole thing when it started originally, and it was a neighborhood-driven NTSP, driven from the bottom up. And you don't want it to be top down. You want to work together, and it sounds like you do most of the time. But to just say, no oversight for us, we've got this. You council members, even if your people complain about problems and come to you when it hasn't been done right, sorry, you can't do anything about it. Too bad. I mean, you guys have a responsibility to be the oversight. So I suggest you take it. Thank you.
Thank you. And here in council chambers?
All right, 3rd time's a charm, right? Okay, my name is Pauly Terracone. It's been an odyssey to get here. I've gone to multiple meetings where this item has been postponed. I've lost my opportunity to speak then. My comment was cut short last week. And considering all of this, do we honestly think that full-time students, working parents, and people living in poverty largely have the means to participate in these lengthy meetings where it is demonstrably unpredictable that they'll even have the chance to provide input on the matter? I speculate that even supporters of this ordinance know that these meetings are largely inaccessible, knowing that this effort was born as an intentional obstacle to one particular greenway in one particular neighborhood. We have to disentangle this particular project from the conversation and recognize that the legislation being considered affects all traffic calming in perpetuity. Let's leave the traffic calming hearings in the neighborhoods most directly affected, as is already procedure. We've not even begun to discuss who is more susceptible to injury or death as a result of being struck by a vehicle. Nationally, according to Smart Growth America, Black, Indigenous, or people of color are more than 6 times as likely than white people to be killed by an automobile while walking. Residents in neighborhoods of the lowest earning quintile of the population are more than 76% more likely to be killed in traffic violence than the national average. We can have a critical conversation about disparities in resource allocation as it relates to this TCGP without creating additional barriers for those who need safer infrastructure the most. So who in Bloomington actually needs this safer infrastructure? Great question, thanks for asking. After compiling each collision between a vehicle and pedestrian or bicyclist from 2013 through 2012, mapped by census tract, it was found that most census tracts of Bloomington had collision counts between 4 and 37 out of the last 10 years. The 2 exceptions were tracts 2.02, campus, with a count of 65 collisions, and 1.00, which is downtown, with a count of 87. These tracts have a median age of about 20, far below the Monroe County median of 30, a median annual income of $5,700 for campus and only $12,000 for downtown, compared to Monroe County's median annual income of about $52,000. Most interestingly, 20% of residents in each of these tracts have moved to Bloomington in the last year from another state. How likely are they to even know who their representatives are? How likely are they to even know where City Hall is? My guess is not that many. No one who participated in public comment for Ordinance 22-35 self-reported to be from neighborhoods in these tracts, regardless of whether they opposed or supported the ordinance. And yet, these residents are subject to the consequences of the decisions made tonight. It is clear who has the most access to these council meetings, and it is not residents who live in the areas of Bloomington most dangerous to bicyclists and pedestrians. The inequities of this ordinance cannot be explained away. It sets a precedent for politics in the city that is frankly frightening, particularly given the extensive danger faced by vulnerable road users every single day. We are tired of fearing for our lives with every commute, and we're tired of fearing for the lives of our friends, our neighbors, and the children of our friends and neighbors. I plead for any council members who are undecided on this ordinance to do the equitable thing and vote no on Ordinance 23-08. Thank you.
And let's go to Zoom. Thank you for your comments.
Next on Zoom is Matt.
Welcome. If you would, could you share your full name for the record, please? And then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Matt Caldy. Can you hear me okay?
I'm having a little difficulty. Maybe you can move closer to your mic or...
Okay, can you hear me now? My name's Matt Caldy.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm tuning in tonight. I wanted to speak against the ordinance. I do appreciate the changes from the initial proposition there, dropping the vote threshold, but I still really can't support it as it is. I agree with Bike and Ped in that regard. I believe that that it's actually fiscally irresponsible rather than more responsible. Vetoing something after all the effort, energy, and money was spent through planning is just not, it's not the fiscally responsible way to go about it. I heard tonight from staff that they're not opposed to council input, but at the end, it just doesn't make sense. If council wants to be involved with every one of the projects, I would suggest a means of doing so way earlier in the process in order to not waste money. I doubt I have much else to say that won't be covered by someone else tonight, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. And let's come here in chambers. Welcome. If you would confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Greg Alexander. The reason I keep asking $30 million for sidewalks is that's the minimum it might take to contemplate a connected network with sidewalks. Anything less than that, and we're still looking at disconnected segments. That's why the Greenways program is so important. It's our only realistic plan for a connected bike and ped network across the city. I hear a lot of people basically asking, why is there a Greenways program instead of doing spot interventions at dangerous intersections around town? We need to do both. All successful Vision Zero programs have both parts. One part does interventions on the high injury network, one part establishes a low stress network. We need to do both. I hear a lot of people asking, why are we doing Hawthorne when it's already safe? The thing is, it isn't safe. Last year, the council demanded that staff make a priority out of the intersection in front of Mayor-elect Thompson's house, even though it had 0 reported crashes. If 0 reported crashes is too dangerous, you should know every single intersection along the length of Hawthorne has multiple reported crashes. Just the slowest neighborhood part of Hawthorne, ruling out 2nd Street, Atwater, and 3rd, has 3 crashes a year. It isn't safe enough yet to be considered part of a low-stress network. But behind those complaints, I think you see a lot of legitimate frustration that we aren't doing enough anywhere else. I heard someone complain that Phase 1 of the Hawthorne-Weatherstone Greenway project doesn't do anything for the intersections in Phase 2. That's a legitimate complaint. Why are we going to be waiting years for Phase 2 when the need has already been identified? I've heard complaints about neighborhoods in the north and the south of the city that are desperate for low-stress connections while we're still basically working close to campus and downtown. That's a legitimate complaint too. At this pace, it will take decades to reach the edge of the city. One thing that is definitely true is that if we just build the Hawthorne Greenway and then stop there, it would be a waste. People are right. Alone, this Greenway isn't worth much. If we are building a connected network, that's a central link. But if we don't build the rest of the network, it's just a weird way to choose traffic calming. The Greenways program has one huge improvement over everything that's come before. It's run by planners. The projects aren't selected by engineering, public works, parks department. It's run by planners. So they're trying to build a connected network. That's what planners do. That's why we start in the middle and work our way out. If individual neighbors are exempted, it destroys the concept of a connected network. I have so many criticisms of the Greenways program. It is so timid. The planners basically hit a brick wall every time they want to do even a minor intervention on a major street where a greenway crosses it. They can't do that. The resulting infrastructure is substandard because it's underfunded and over-constrained. But it is the only program that is building a connected network. We need a connected network. For the quality and comprehensiveness of the network they are planning, the cost is tiny. It is by far the biggest bargain you will ever see in transportation infrastructure spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas?
Next on Zoom is Paul Kern.
Mr. Kern, welcome. Please confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Oh, my name is Paul Kern, and I wanted to say that I was in support of the 2308. Is it? 2308 ordinance, and the reason is because I think Councilperson Scamboy talked about the process, and it's the process that I would be interested in. And I have to tell you that I trust the city council. Some people had said it's a political agenda. It's also an elected group. And it's a group that's citywide. And I think it allows for more public input. And I trust the city council. I would trust them. And I would trust them at the end of the process. And I would feel safer with that. And I feel that the chances of acquiring equity would be better with the city council because everybody could be involved. And if it's contentious, then let it be contentious. But I don't see that we have to put down that it's political. These are our elected officials. They're the ones that should be responsible, and I would feel safer with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. So are there additional comments here in chambers? Seeing none, Mr. Lucas, do we have additional comments on Zoom?
Yes, next on Zoom is Steve.
Welcome. If you would, please confirm your full name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Steve?
Sorry, trying to figure out how to unmute here. This is Steve Lehman, and I wanted to say that I'm in favor of 23-08 because council/elected officials should be the final approving body. This is for fiduciary reasons, especially with the current inflation issues that we're experiencing and recent taxes issues, increases. So we need to slow it down a little and make sure we get these projects completed correctly for the benefit of our residents. These are important projects, and I don't say that the ones that we were talking about tonight are not important, but we just need to make sure that they get done correctly. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas?
Next up is Joan Middendorf.
Ms. Middendorf, welcome. Please confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Joan Middendorf. Well, the 7-line is a dream, but the only thing I don't like about it is that they just put in a stop sign along it. If you want to have fewer people in cars, which we've got to do for climate change, you've got to make the cars uncomfortable. So, okay, but the thing about this process we're talking about tonight is, I don't want to bike next to cars. So it's fine, you've got quiet streets through your neighborhood, but we want more people biking on streets. We want more people out of cars and into bikes. I just came from a visit in the Netherlands where 32,000 people were on a bike trail I was on, 32,000 people a day, and cars were guests on those roads. So look, my dream is I live on 7th Street. We've got 5th, 6th, 7th Street. Can we take one of these roads? Just think about this, people. This is the future. Let's make one of these streets, probably not Kirkwood, maybe 6th or 7th, no cars, only bikes, and cars are guests. That's a saying in the Netherlands, cars are guests. Okay, but then about this ordinance. In 2010, my neighborhood, 6th Street had gotten traffic calming. And that meant people who were savvy about Bloomington thought, we'll just zoom down 7th Street. And I'm telling you, my sidewalk in front of my house is about 3 feet wide. Cars were going next to me at least 40 miles an hour. It was so dangerous. And the people in our neighborhood and on 7th Street realized it. And so 2 of my neighbors and I, we went to every household in this neighborhood. That's 250 households. It's pretty cool to go to every household in your neighborhood. And we got to have traffic calming in our neighborhood. Now, at that time, the city planning department only gave us the option of traffic circles. So sometimes people in my neighborhood complained, oh, we don't like those traffic circles, but that was the only option we had. And we got it, and it's great. And we have to have safety from cars, but wouldn't it be better just to have 7th Street is a greenway? Wouldn't it be better to just have no cars on 7th Street and cars are guests? So there's a dream for you. And I'm against this ordinance because let me tell you, if I went to every household in this neighborhood with my 2 colleagues, Burhan Elteron, and Tom Flynn, and we knocked on all the doors and we talked to all our neighbors and we got everybody on board. And then the city council came on top and had to have a decision. That would be undemocratic. And we get so little power as a neighborhood anyway. It would be horrible. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas?
Next on Zoom is YY On.
Welcome. If you would confirm your name for the record, please, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is YY An. Yeah. So first of all, I'm using Step Line Greenway every day during my bike commute. And I also must say that Greenway is why I can commute, and it's like how I navigate a lot of town. So I'm very thankful about it. And yeah, I think that an important thing we should consider is really separating this particular project, the Hosan project, from the process that govern every Greenway project. It seems like this ordinance is a reaction to the Hosan Greenway project, but its impact will be on every future Greenway project. I'm very concerned that the impact will be strongly negative. So it seems like there were some mistakes during the past processes, but this ordinance feels like an overreaction and with a very high risk of throwing the babies with the bathwater. That's why I would urge the council to vote against the ordinance. So Ms. Rosenberger's argument against the ordinance makes a lot of sense to me. So I believe that no council member pointed out that there are other similar processes where council provide oversight both at the beginning and at the end. Like given the lack of other similar processes, this sounds a little bit strange to me. Also, there seems to be no proposal about like creating objective criteria to assess the project. So given the lack of like similar processes and lack of objective criteria, this really feels like too much oversight. And although the intention may be good, I believe it may create a lot of unnecessary delay to important project that's really important and relatively cheap process to address the climate crisis and the lack of mobility options to many residents in Bloomington. And it will create also unnecessary physical burden because if it goes through the whole design process and then it gets canceled by council, then it will be a huge waste of time and money. So to me, this ordinance does sound like an unnecessary overreach by the council. So I would strongly urge council members to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
Mr.
on
Lucas?
Zoom is Paige Anderson.
Ms. Ingerson, welcome. Please confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Paige Anderson, and I live on East Morningside Drive, which is currently being considered for a Greenway project. And I want to echo one of my neighbors who just spoke that we have been properly consulted on this project through meetings. So the member who said that everybody could be involved in city council proceedings, I just have to say that we've heard many arguments to the contrary as to why it's very hard for everyone to simply come to a city council meeting late where it's nearly 10 o'clock at night. I believe that planners are qualified, and I want data-backed solutions for my road. At this meeting, it was shared that a driver hit 70 miles per hour on a road already designated as a greenway, which has faded sharrows on it. We need proven design-based measures, and I trust our city planners to help us with this. I want to know, will one of our children be killed before we can actually see these things put in place, even though we've known for years that this is a problem? We can debate which measures will allow emergency vehicles to still be able to pass through safely, but I just hope that an emergency vehicle won't have to come to my street because a child has been hit, because this ordinance has held things up, because these measures are being needlessly delayed. I oppose this measure.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Next and last at the moment on Zoom is Eric.
Mr. Eric, welcome. If you would confirm your full name for the record, please, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Eric Ost, and I appreciate this opportunity to offer comment. And I ask that you approve Ordinance 2308 this evening. I want to say that to claim that Common Council involvement is purely political is intended to operate as effective polarization, and it's an unhelpful construction that propagates a harmful myth. No one is calling for removal of any of the existing meetings as part of the traffic calming greenway program. What is being proposed this evening is restoring Common Council involvement. Numerous projects went through the neighborhood traffic safety program process, and all involve the Common Council as a co-equal body. Restoring Common Council involvement will bring helpful focus and attention to project improvements, identify and advance potential synergies for balanced funding allocation, and convene a customary opportunity that will support greater public inclusion and timely participation. It's not a setback. It's actually enriching the process. I know it seems like there would be more time spent, but in the end, these are permanent alterations of our roadway. We want to get it right. There's been much said this evening, and my comments, which I had composed, would just recite some of what's already been said, but I do want to offer one point of clarification. And I know we've spent a considerable amount of time talking about some specific projects, but in particular, the two with which I'm most familiar, the traffic calming project on Maxwell Lane, there were problems with the process, and I could go into greater detail. I don't have time tonight to do so, but neither was the objective rubric followed, nor was notification done correctly. There were gaps. In regards to the Hawthorne-Weatherstone Greenway, at the second public meeting, staff were asked if any changes would be made, and the response was nothing major. It was only after Ordinance 22, I believe 35, was proposed, was a third meeting scheduled. Now, maybe there was one already scheduled, but it would have been helpful for that to be stated at the second public meeting when the response was no major changes would be made. So adoption of Ordinance 2308 tonight will provide for a consistent and coherent consideration of all traffic calming and greenway program projects. It's not a political change. It's a democratic enhancement that supports and helps to ensure community involvement and representation in the successful planning.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching time. Mr. Ost, your time is up.
Oh, yeah, I just had one more thing, which is basically that restore successful planning and implementation of train tonight.
Mr. Ost?
2308. Thank
Mr.
you.
Ost?
Thank you.
Additional comments on Zoom if there are any, but we have one here in chambers. Welcome. If you would please state your name for the record, and if you would sign in, please. And then you'll have 3 minutes. Sorry, I was watching that. I wasn't either.
I can do that. Sounds good.
No?
He is staff, so we're going to make space if, because he is familiar with the project and leads it as staff. So we would rather see if we could make space for Mr. Duncan to comment as staff.
I understand.
Thanks.
Okay. Any additional comments here in chambers? Or any additional commenters on Zoom? Okay, with that, let's come back to council then for additional questions. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Volan.
I'd like to ask to direct staff to respond to some of the public comments that they heard in the public comment period regarding this ordinance.
just, there were so many, I'm sorry.
Well, this is a chance for Mr. Duncan to
Oh,
address
yeah.
the subject, I
Would
think.
you like to respond to some of the comments? Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Trying to make space here.
Thank you, Councilmember Rowland.
I am the Bicycle and Pedestrian Coordinator with the City of Bloomington in the Planning and Transportation Department, and I am the direct overseer of the Traffic Calming and Greenways program. There was a lot said tonight. It seems like the two main points of contention are council oversight and public outreach, and the levels within that. In terms of council oversight, I said this Monday evening at the Bike Ped Safety Commission meeting. I would love more council involvement. I would love to meet with you all, talk with you. Let's discuss what's going on with these projects. This is not just a job, it's a passion for me, and I would love to expand this to our elected officials to teach you about what we're doing, to get you more involved in how we are trying to make Bloomington a safer place for everybody who walks and rolls around Bloomington. So that invitation is always open, and in terms of council involvement, there is always more room for council involvement because you see and hear things that we might not. And I would love to have the chance to talk to you as staff about what we're doing and how we could possibly do it better. In terms of public outreach, I came into the city last October near the end of the last cycle of the Traffic Calming and Greenways program. And so this cycle has been my first full cycle in this process. With that so far, and right now the main project that we're working on is the East Morningside Neighborhood Greenway that some other commenters mentioned tonight. Within that process, a couple weeks ago, we mailed out over 230, 240 or so mailers to residents along that street. So all residents within a 300-foot radius of that street get a mailer to tell them about the program, what it's for, what we're trying to do, and to invite them to public meetings and to fill out an open comment form online if they can't attend those meetings. This evening, actually, serendipitously, was the first public meeting of that process. We met at Park Ridge East Park. We had about 35 to 40 members come pretty promptly at 5:30. It was a nice, big, lively crowd to talk about traffic calming and their experiences in the neighborhood. And as a planner, yes, we have an idea of what we might want to do with the Morningside Neighborhood Greenway, but I personally, we as a staff want to hear from the neighbors about their experiences. They experience things that we won't have because they live there. They've been living there for years, and it was eye-opening. There were, I made my talking points about what we want to do, what we're trying to do, and the process therein, but when it went to the Q&A portion, they shared some experiences that I just would not have considered. They were talking about different intersections and why this happens and why that happens, talking about different aspects of living there that someone who doesn't live there, I just would not have gotten simply from the traffic data and the studies that we see. So that is part of this public process of getting them involved. It should be more of a bottom-up approach, and I think tonight was a great example of that, in that there were people who wanted all types of traffic calming all over the place. There were people who wanted different types of traffic calming, and we talked about how we can fit those in to make a design that works for everybody. And tonight, we didn't come to this meeting with a specific design in mind. It was just to ask questions, to have them open up about their experiences, and they did that in full. It was an hour and a half plus of great stimulating conversation of what they want, and so we can take their experiences with our professional expertise and combine that and make a safe and effective neighborhood greenway along this corridor to connect it to the 7 line and downtown. With that, just to continue about what's coming up in that process and what was communicated to neighbors this evening, was that we will take their comments, review them, and especially if neighbors couldn't attend that meeting, take their responses from the open comment form online, really take a look into what those mean, and when we come back later this summer with a second public meeting, we'll come to them with a rough design of what we want this greenway to look at, but it will have their comments in mind. One common thing that I said tonight is that, yes, we have neighborhood greenways that were built with this traffic calming and greenways program. Allen Street, Graham and Ralston, 7th Street, etc. Those are templates of what we can use for Morningside. We understand that every neighborhood has its different quirks and challenges that it faces. And yes, while something may work on East 7th Street, it may not work on East Morningside. But we use those as templates to improve what we've already done and to improve it for this neighborhood that we're working on now, which is East Morningside and Park Ridge East. So I just want to express to you all that public is involved, and tonight they were heavily involved. It was wonderful to see, and if any member of public wants to talk to me about traffic calming and what it is and how to make the neighborhood safer, I am more than happy to do so. But in terms of public outreach, the process that's in place right now, I feel, at least from my experience, engages the public adequately, but not too much where they feel like they have to come to every single meeting. Again, it's a tough balance between over-engagement and under-engagement, and from what we've seen so far with past projects, it seems like the process in hand works well. Again, there are always improvements that can be made to any process, but just from my experience as a planner and the one who oversees this traffic calming program, tonight at East Morningside and Park Ridge East was one example of the wonders that this process can do. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from staff in response to Councilmember Volan?
Sure. On one, I think there were so many comments. So one concern being the level of detail that is a part of the Greenway plans. They are detailed designs. The process is that we don't go to the first meeting with a design, that we are asking people about their street and their neighborhood, and then create a design that we talk about at the second meeting and go over with residents. We do think residents know their streets and neighborhood very well, and we take that input, but it's not a 10,000-foot view. With consultants, we go and walk the corridor first so that they're familiar with it and work on understanding more about the places that they'll be creating a design for too. So, and I know there was one comment, I think, about the Hawthorne-Weatherstone process. We do send out mail. We don't send certified mail. So I can, if anybody ever had a question if we sent it, I can verify that we did send something. I know that was one comment, but we just do our best to trust USPS. They do great work. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes, I have a follow-up question for Mr. Duncan, because I hear your enthusiasm for the community meetings, and I want to make it clear that in expecting that council have a stronger role in all this, I think having council who is maybe the representative for that district, whether it's, one part of the city or another, be a part of that initial conversation would go a long way to maybe alleviate, any of the future concerns that are up. But my question to you is, how involved are public safety personnel and even our sanitation workers or the directors that also are going to have some say into when we are engineering our streets in a different way, how does that impact safety and their ability to navigate the streets?
Yeah, of course. So that might be a better question for the engineering department, but that was actually discussed during today's Morningside Neighborhood Greenway meeting. So one person asked, how are fire trucks and ambulances and police cars going to be able to get through their streets fine? Because that is an important aspect of any street in Bloomington. And the engineer on hand was there to answer it, but every project that we have traffic calming greenways included is run by our police department, fire department, and EMS to make sure that they are okay with it. And Beth, you can add if you'd like to, but I believe every project that has gone through this program has been run through those bodies.
That's correct. We check in with emergency services and public works on different sanitation things and all the emergency service responders. So we also, engineering leads, we have an internal city projects meeting to coordinate on larger projects as well. So there's the internal coordination happening on that. Thanks.
Additional questions from council? If not, I will jump in. Let me think about this. My biggest concern is the points at which residents have an opportunity to weigh in and actually make a difference in a project. Okay. And again, I'm very consciously separating what's going on with Hawthorne with our process, which is what would be changed depending on how this vote goes. This is going to be one of those questions where here's what concerns me, help me feel better about this. All right, that's kind of the general gist of my question. I'm concerned about what happens post-meeting 2. I'm concerned that in post-meeting 1, people can talk about their neighborhood and that plan staff is skilled enough at running a meeting to actually elicit good feedback. But I also know that many people are best able to respond when they have something concrete to respond to, like a design. So I'm really interested in what happens and your openness to resident feedback after meeting 2. Can you comment on that? Mr. Duncan or Ms. Rosenberger?
I'll start and you can add if I miss anything. So I think the best example are the projects we've done so far. There is another meeting. It is the review by the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission. So I know we're kind of describing the 2 outreach meetings, but there's an optional 3rd meeting after, and then we can add a 4th. Like, we wouldn't be precluded from having another meeting. And then it goes for review to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission also, which residents can come to, of course. It's a public hearing commission. And so in the 4 neighborhood greenways we have designed and installed so far, Ralston and Graham in Broadview, East 7th Street in Green Acres, West Allen Street in McDowell Gardens, and then the Hawthorne Weatherstone Neighborhood Greenway. I would be interested in feedback from the community that I think staff has appropriately determined when a 3rd meeting was needed and when the feedback from residents necessitated a 3rd meeting. So what we've seen is that usually at the 2nd meeting, there's a design of the greenway. We walk through the design and talk about it with residents and get feedback. Sometimes it's, okay, we need to move this speed cushion 5 feet. And sometimes it is the Hawthorne Weatherstone where there was just a lot of feedback and we're like, we need a full meeting. This isn't an immaterial change that needs to happen. There need to be a lot of changes. So I don't know if I'd answered it, but there's the opportunity for more discussion and changes with the 3rd meeting and still with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission. And I would say with the other meetings, I know like with West Allen, Councilmember Piedmont Smith was there. And when we had those meetings, and they were different. People reviewed it, said they were all right with it, and we didn't get material feedback that necessitated another follow-up meeting. So I think it's a challenge since that feels subjective, but it seems that staff, I would say, have done a good job making that decision so far. Of the 4 projects we've done, 3 proceeded without a 3rd meeting and 1 needed a 3rd meeting, and we called it.
Thank you. Additional questions? If not, let's
President Scambalori, could I
I'm sorry.
just respond to your question?
Councilmember Rollo, a response, and then Councilmember Rosenberger, a question, or whatever. Okay, we'll get there. Councilmember Rollo, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Again, I see no harm in council oversight if the process is done properly, if it's done correctly, and this helps ensure public involvement. because we will be in a position of the final vote on what stands to be major projects. So I don't see why it's so problematic having the council involvement. If the process is done properly, we should be in agreement, it seems to me. Thanks.
Member Rosenberger?
Thank you. My AirPods died, so I'm just on speaker. I hope that's okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have just a couple of follow-up questions from the recent comments. So Mr. Duncan talked about would love more council involvement in this to teach us about what the process is, what greenways are, and safety features there. I think that sounds important to me because at least 2 council members tonight weren't sure what a greenway is. So I understand educating and going along the process sounds very good. Councilmember Sandberg also said having a rep at these meetings makes a lot of sense. So I think, district reps and then at larges, I don't know if we get invited to these meetings. I think it is true. We're all very busy. And if we get invited, that is wonderful. But if not, I would love to be invited. But my question then is just around talking about how we might be more involved. I feel like this amendment really misses the mark of what maybe could be changed in this program. And if we're talking about equity, it doesn't necessarily mean creating more opportunities or pressuring people to show up more. I mean, just tonight, the numbers from the Greenway meeting in Park Ridge East, about 40 people went to that when we didn't even have 20 show up tonight to talk about this amendment. I think that says something. But what about some other options? Would staff consider other options where we have built-in equity to our transportation measures? We have a sidewalk committee, and what we've done in that committee is built in an equity rubric. So staff recommends projects to us, and then we have the final say over those projects, but it's based on that equity rubric. And could we do something like that here, where we create, either it gets added to the sidewalk committee or it becomes, just its own committee, or the transportation committee, where there is that council oversight, but it's also based in an equity rubric and expertise recommended by city staff.
Is that a question for me or for the amendment sponsor?
It's for staff to say, would that be something that you think would work here when you're saying this feels like too much?
Sure. I'm interested in what it seems like the goal of this is to review if public engagement was done properly and the detailed design of the projects. So I'm curious what equity criteria would be used by council to evaluate the design of the project. Maybe you're saying staff would propose that. I would say as staff, we're much more interested in something that has set criteria for evaluation in order to set projects up for success so that residents and staff can know if we have followed ABC, this project is on track to be approved. So I would say it seems like we're open to the idea. I don't think I have my mind wrapped around it completely.
Okay. Okay, yes, I would, and maybe Councilmember Raleigh, you would want to weigh in on this. So it would be similar to the sidewalk committee where we approve a budget for a project and then that project gets taken on. So it would be where there wouldn't be a finished design of that greenway. It would be, oh, there's this equity rubric that I think you all already have in selecting the staff-led and the resident-led project, and then you would use those to propose budgets to the sidewalk committee, and then those projects, budgeting for that project could be approved, even though the design of that project is not set out yet, just like we do for sidewalks.
So I have a vague idea of what you're getting at. So the reason I chose that the council would have the final say is that I don't believe that the council is just simply going to hear it de novo, never having heard it before, that, because the council would be the final say, it would, everything prior to the council would be in alignment. So in other words, staff would take care to have the meetings with the public, because they would report to us that, and there would be, as Assistant Director Rosenberger said, that updates could be given to us on particular projects at council meetings to say, here's what's coming, here's what we have in mind, and here's a preliminary idea, okay, of what it consists of. So those sorts of things, I think, would be very helpful to us in terms of equity too. So if staff were to report, for instance, that this project's being done in this neighborhood, and we say, well, that's interesting. Is it a high priority compared to an underprivileged neighborhood that also has a greenway? Maybe we ought to concentrate on that. I see this as sort of a dynamic process. I don't see it as, we're all sitting in judgment at the end and we're going to give thumbs down. In fact, I see it as just simply, as someone said, more eyes on the project. And because we're ultimately accountable to the public because we're elected, that it seems like it's our responsibility. These are major roadway changes, and we should say at the end, it was all done properly. Everything is, clearly not everyone's going to like it, right? But that's certain about everything we do. Some people don't like the outcome of certain policies, but ultimately we approved of the Greenway plan, so we believe that Greenway should exist. I believe safe biking should exist, but I think it's not working well now. It's working very poorly now. And I think that our involvement at the end would make everything and bring everything into alignment from the beginning to the end. If that helps answer it. So I'm not averse to the other aspects of this, but I don't think it's a substitute for us at the end saying, everything was done well. This is a good project. Absolutely, proceed.
Okay, yeah, I think it's still just like missing the mark on it's like an oversight that we don't see in any other space where we work. Like we don't do that with the sidewalk committee. But I guess I would like to follow up with your comment to staff. I know the Hawthorne, this is like spawned by the Hawthorne Weatherstone Greenway. Do we have other greenways that people are really upset about? Like what I've heard is for example, the Allen Street Greenway, people were a little upset about it when it was going in, and now they thank the administration for doing that. So do we have, Councilmember Ronald just said this is not going well, and I guess I would like to hear city staff take on that.
Well, we've done 4 Greenway projects. 2 have been designed and installed. Ralston, what's it called? I'm getting so tired. It's Ralston and Graham and Broadview, East 7th and Green Acres. Those are installed. We hear positive things of people using them. Also, sometimes people say they don't include enough traffic calming. So we hear both sides, honestly. So we have not heard other complaints about the process. We do hear that residents ask for more traffic calming, and the requests for the traffic calming, resident-led traffic calming program have increased. And also, to answer your question earlier, staff is more or finds a program that approves projects up front to say, yes, we want staff to pursue designing this greenway. We think that would make more sense. I think I did forget to say I'm not sure if there was a fiscal impact statement with it. There is a fiscal impact to designing projects and then not implementing them as we pay for the design, and it doesn't include staff hours, so staff hours are also a cost. Thanks.
Thank you both.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith and then Councilmember Volan.
Yes, Councilmember Rallo, what is the fiscal impact of this? And why was there no fiscal impact statement submitted per our own guidelines?
The fiscal impact of returning to, I don't see.
The fiscal
there being
impact
any.
of your ordinance?
Yes, I don't, why would there be?
Because
I guess staff time, you mean? The time that staff requires to?
yes, the time that staff has put in, the time that the engineer, which is usually somebody hired through planning and transportation, has put in. And the uncounted hours that residents who have done the resident-led traffic calming, I suppose that's valuable as well.
This is just a policy change in order to ensure that our eyes are on the project. And that's, you know, I
So is there no fiscal
It's
impact?
an extra meeting or two for us, an extra meeting. It requires staff, I suppose, to inform us as these projects go forward and then a final meeting. So for instance, you know, we approved stop signs at one of the previous meetings. It would be something like that, I assume. So I don't see any real physical impact in this.
I think that you may be missing the point of my question, is that if we can say, okay, half the time the council will say yes, half the time the council will say no, just because we have nothing else to go on, so half and half, then in half the times, then there would be the fiscal impact of not having, of wasting that time of the planning, transportation, and engineering staff.
No, I don't foresee that. I see it as a simple council meeting for oversight and approval.
Well, but it could just as easily be disapproval, so I'm a little confused.
Well, then how do I put a fiscal impact on something that's so variable? I mean, I assume that I'm in favor of greenways. And so I'm going to be very, optimistic about a process that then includes, I want more public participation, and I want to make sure that the meetings are adhered to, and I would like more outreach and things like that, everything that staff has said. So I'm not pessimistic about half the projects are going to be denied, half are going to be approved. I'm looking at approval of the projects. I just want more, our eyes should be on it because we have responsibilities for democracy.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Rallo, but I just wanted to stick with the question, and it appears there is no good answer. And I think our council attorney had something to add, perhaps?
Just that the memo provided along with this ordinance included a note from Councilmember Rallo, who sponsored the ordinance, that there were no anticipated direct impacts on city revenues, expenditures, or debt obligations. So that was noted in the memo. Whether members agree with that assessment or not is certainly.
Okay, thank you. I guess it was the indirect cost I was trying to get at.
I still stand by that. I don't see it. I think that's moot.
Next, then Councilmember Sandberg.
This is for both people at the desk here. First of all, when a greenway is created, does Title 15 get updated?
No, they're not in Title 15.
Okay, so if a council member wanted, let's set aside the ordinance at hand here and just talk about the TCGP as it is. If a council member believed that a project under the TCGP was a bad idea, should not be carried out, what recourse would they have legislatively to reverse the action? In other words, is it true that once a project is conceived, it's going to happen no matter what because staff deems it? We have Title 15 authority over every traffic control in the city. This is, among other things, a form of traffic control. So if we believe that Mr. Rallo's proposal here is overkill, it's too much, what recourse might he have under normal order, under regular order? Sure. I'm not sure which of you can answer that, but maybe you both can.
happy to weigh in, and if Mr. Rosenbarger would like to as well. Ideas that spring to mind, the council has a number of blunt tools that can reduce appropriations for a given year. That may or may not get to the specific project that's causing concern. The council, for several years, under the NTSP, did list in a schedule the location of traffic calming devices and the type of device. A similar approach, I don't think is simpler than what Councilmember Rollo has proposed here, but that was an idea to essentially recodify the location and type of traffic calming devices. Beyond that, there's certainly informal ways council members can look to influence the process, but as written, the TCGP gives staff the ability to pursue projects and gives the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission the final vote for projects. Of course, it's been mentioned council has budget oversight, so through the annual budget process or appropriation processes, the council can weigh in, but that's what comes to my mind.
Ms. Rosenbarger?
Sure. I think if the intention is to say that something should not be a neighborhood greenway, the best process to do that is to amend the transportation plan. The transportation plan does identify which streets will be neighborhood greenways. It's not code, but it is something council can amend. I still feel confused that if the intent of this ordinance is to take something that's recommended to be a neighborhood greenway and make it not a neighborhood greenway, I don't think it's the best tool to do that. I think that amending the transportation plan is the best course of action to say our intention as a community is for this street to not get neighborhood greenway treatments. If the intention is to review and modify things that are planned for neighborhood greenways and the design, then a process modification could work. I would add some things that are additionally not in Title 15. We don't have bike lanes codified. We don't have number of travel lanes for motor vehicles codified. We don't have lane widths codified. So there are a lot of elements of the transportation system, for better or worse, that aren't codified, but that I do think, I don't know, I don't feel like people like it, but that amending the plan is a great course of action to communicate that intent and to communicate our plans as a community if the idea is we don't want this to be a neighborhood greenway.
So in this case, I mean, like, let's say I believe that this ordinance is, is addressing a single example rather than a horde of examples. There's only one example that's been cited as problematic, but it's been a big issue. Would it have been appropriate for Councilman Rowell to bring an ordinance to amend the transportation plan? And would that have had to go through the Plan Commission?
Yes, I think appropriate if the intention is to say our intention is that this street is not a neighborhood greenway in the future. And then, yes, I think that I think the process is council directs a resolution and then it goes back to Plan Commission. Plan Commission has to review things because it is the comprehensive plan and then bring it to council.
Well, I mean, so then the question becomes, if there's a neighborhood that believes very strongly that a city intention is wrongheaded and should be undone, it seems natural to also ask for some kind of a stop work order. And that's not something that we issue, but it would be the kind of thing that would at least have satisfied the neighborhood in this extreme case that that they're being listened to and that the project is not going to go forward. Do we have the authority to issue a stop work order as part of that ordinance in order to get to the bottom of the issue? Mr. Lucas?
I'm not familiar with any example of that happening in the past. I would hesitate to say the council could do that, especially once plans have been approved by the council that includes the projects staff is pursuing. They're following the existing TCGP. I do agree with Ms. Rosenbarger that the council has the authority to pursue amendments to the transportation plan that would go through the Plan Commission. It is an amendment to the comprehensive plan. The timing, though, of that, I would caution the council on. If a project is well underway, at least for most projects that involve petitioners that aren't the city, essentially once an application is submitted or a request is made for a project, the rules that apply at the time of that sort of apply to that project. So if the rules change along the way, that project still proceeds under the rules that existed when the petition or the project began. So I'm not sure exactly how that would play out with a staff-led project. It may be that they take the council's direction. If the transportation plan were amended to express an intent that a project not proceed, staff could listen to that. There could also be an argument that they began the project, and if the underlying rules changed or guidance changed, they may still want to proceed.
Right, so I think that's the concern that may underlie the ordinance that's in front of us, which again, I think may be too much, but.
Not entirely. May I respond?
Well, I have one more question for Ms. Rosenberger.
Okay.
So what would, I mean, if the neighborhood felt that after the second meeting, the city was going to go on no matter what they said, I mean, I think that his introduction of 2235 put a stop to it, or would the staff have stopped? What would have caused staff to stop? I don't even know how to phrase the question. To stop work on this project until it was clarified. Do I misunderstand it?
I think I get the gist of the question. I don't know the answer. I think it's complicated. I think, I know there's this view that these projects, it's just interesting to not consider this about safety. And in what other realm how do we evaluate safety in streets in other contexts? And it seems like neighborhood greenways are being held to the most rigorous standard of any infrastructure in the city. And I think that's surprising when the goal of a neighborhood greenway is to have people drive at 15 to 20 miles per hour. So, and that we've seen them work effectively. So I think, I know there's been discussion about people being elected. We work for an elected representative also, and there are repercussions for that. And I think we're sort of removing safety from the conversation when that's part of it. So I think on the one hand, it feels so hypothetical. It's very hard for me to know the best path, honestly.
You both have answered my questions well. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, Mr. Ralla wants to respond. I don't, it's up to you.
Well, just to say, I think it's intriguing. I mean, part of the council oversight could be amending Title 15 for every greenway that's proposed. So we could have the oversight and we would amend Title 15 and proceed that way. In this case, it's not just about eliminating a greenway. The greenway, essentially, most of it exists. In other words, there is a greenway that exists now on Hawthorne to Highland to Weatherstone. Now, the proposed in the plan was a pathway that appears in the plan that connects Weatherstone. That's okay, and we can be in agreement on that. Now, the extent of the engineering project and the expenditure, to me, was concerning too. And furthermore, the process, importantly, the process of public engagement. So it's not just about, I don't like this greenway, I'm going to remove it or something like that, or amend it. It's the process that I saw was broken. And it may work in many ways, in which case we have nothing to fear, because maybe that was just the odd one, the one that didn't function well for whatever reason, and was overlooked. So I don't really see a problem with the council oversight in this. I'm kind of mystified as to why the council is, or maybe I should throw it back and say the corollary is that what we're saying is that the only elected official that will be responsible for the greenways implementation will be the mayor and his or her administration. And the council will be out of the process entirely.
Yes, just to what Councilmember Rallo just said, okay, a question for Ms. Rosenbarger. The council approved the transportation plan in 2019 that had these greenways in it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the council approves the budget, the annual budget of Planning, Transportation, and Engineering Department that includes funds for implementation of the transportation plan. Is that correct?
Yes, and for implementation of neighborhood greenways.
Okay, thank you. Could the transportation plan be revised to provide more details as to the design of a greenway, or is it really a case-by-case basis? I think that's part of the concern, is that even though it's in the transportation plan, there are not a lot of details as to what a greenway is or could be.
Sure, it can be, that can be added with amendments to have more clarity on what typical neighborhood greenways look like in Bloomington, what are some tools in the toolbox, and so forth. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions?
May I just add something? There
Please.
is such variability in greenways. As I said, some greenways are just simply sharrows, and they're called greenways. That was my understanding of a potential greenway. And some are very heavily engineered, and okay, I could be convinced why, but the variability is so great that is part of the problem.
Additional questions? Seeing none, shall we move to final comment? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I'll dive in first. Thank you, Councilmember Rallo, for bringing this ordinance and presenting your views as to why you think it's a good idea. However, in my view, the ordinance is problematic for a number of reasons, and I will not be supporting it. First, I wanted to make a few factual corrections and just initial reactions to Councilmember Rallo's presentation. One was that greenway projects are very expensive. Member of the public made this point. It's the opposite. They are not expensive. They are an incredible value proposition for the value they deliver. They create safe, relatively high comfort pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure when an equivalent protected bike lane sidewalk network would cost 5 times, 10 times the amount. So since we fund those things so inadequately, it's important to have a network of greenways that connects things. Second is that Councilmember Rallo talked about prioritizing projects in different parts of the city and weighing opportunity costs. This, of course, is exactly what the transportation plan is for. It's how we developed recommendations for a network to begin with, and why the council's approval of those trade-offs and those opportunity costs was important. Councilmember Rallo talked about making sure the process works well, especially with respect to public engagement. This ordinance proposes no changes to the public engagement process. It simply adds council veto power and an extra meeting with respect to design elements at the last minute. Councilmember Rallo said that he thinks the Bike, Ped, and Safety Commission does fine work and has expertise, but of course he did not consult them or ever present the ordinance for their input on how the ordinance could be improved or whether or not it should move forward. Speaking of the council's role, Councilmember Rallo said, "Our greatest concern is budgetary." I agree with that. Whether or not to fund greenways is a decision we make every year when we consider the city budget. Finally, I don't find compelling the sort of argument that we should be looking back to the way things were done 5 or 10 or 20 years ago as the reason to continue doing them that way. The process was changed for a reason, because it wasn't working well and needed improvements to better align with city goals, the transportation plan, and objective assessments of safety and need. A few main concerns additionally. One, again, the fact that the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission voted unanimously against this ordinance, suggesting we should reject it. That unanimous conclusion alone is fairly compelling, but I also think it's a problem that their feedback and views weren't considered or incorporated in the development of the ordinance. This is a real process failure to me, sort of ironically, since we're talking about process improvements. So I think it's important we continue to work to empower, involve, and value the input of our resident-led boards and commissions. These are some of the most motivated and engaged residents in our community, and it's a disservice to not involve them that way. Second, I worry that this ordinance is a level of micromanagement with respect to staff that is really best positioned to exercise their expertise and public outreach capacities that really fall within the city's executive branch duties. So I was trying to think of comparative things. Like the urban forester decides which trees to plant and where to plant them. We don't insist on getting to make that decision ourselves at the last minute once the trees have been bought. But if we wanted to change what species we are allowed to plant, we might do that. If we wanted to change the soil volume standards for where street trees go, we might change, the Unified Development Ordinance standards and code. Another example, we don't exercise design oversight at the last minute after park staff develops a new playground or after engineering staff redesigns an intersection. Nowhere else in the city do we exercise this sort of override of expertise in design and executive function. So it seeks to give the council a veto power over final design projects that we've already approved multiple times. I think framing this simply as council involvement is misleading because we've already been involved and approved the projects through the transportation plan, through budget appropriations. I think if a majority, like has been said, if the majority of the council no longer supports particular greenways that we unanimously adopted in our transportation plan, then we should work to remove them from the transportation plan. Our role is to set the policy direction of the city and rely on staff to implement the policy. We should be working at a systems level, not an ad hoc reactive level. To me, this ordinance is the opposite of a systems level approach. It provides for ad hoc, last minute review that is highly subject to being politicized. So I think it's important to think about the role of the city council as the legislative and fiscal body, as well as the role of the executive and what those respective roles are. A few important points that I think were made in public comment. One is an Elm Heights resident mentioned an important issue that didn't get a lot of air tonight, which is that these programs seek to improve safety for using data-driven approaches for pedestrians and bicyclists who are our most vulnerable roadway users. When we have public feedback from 10, 50, 80 people, it's a tiny fraction of the many thousands of folks who are engaged in our street network. There's no way to prioritize the voices of the most vulnerable and marginalized in that system. That's not what's being taken into consideration when we sort of weigh the public opinion we hear from. Similarly, in Park Ridge East, it was mentioned that on a road with sharrows on it, folks have been clocked at 70 miles an hour. Councilmember Rallo expressed repeatedly that he thinks sharrows and wayfinding signs constitute an adequately safe greenway. We heard from staff that this is not their opinion, that this is not a greenway. His repeated insistence of this point that this is an adequate greenway, despite all evidence, expertise, and data on safety, including actual crash data on Hawthorne that Mr. Alexander shared tonight. This insistence from Councilmember Rallo about sharrows as an adequate greenway demonstrates the problems with substituting council member opinion on roadway safety for the professional views of experts as informed by data and the experiences of members of the public. I think a couple of more comments from bike ped safety commissioners really drive home some important points. One shared with me, if the representative arm of our democracy feels the need for more input into the process, especially canceling projects, we felt that it would be much better if that were done earlier in the process. As proposed, the amendment is asking for veto power. Citizens and staff alike could have spent many hours working on the process only to have it rejected at the end. I do not think this is the right way to do the city's business. Similarly, another commissioner said, to my understanding, the criticisms of the resident-led program that were raised last year and prompted this amendment regard to public engagement component of the process. Yet the proposed changes do not at all address the public engagement process. To be sure, council action would add a layer of oversight, but it does not explicitly address the concerns at hand. Further, the proposal to insert council action at the end of the process is rather clumsy. Should the council vote down a recommendation from the commission for whatever reason, it would nullify the many hours already devoted by city staff and commission at that point in the process. I think this point has been made repeatedly, and my council member Piedmont Smith kind of teased it out. It's just fiscally irresponsible to invest hundreds of staff hours, tens of thousands of dollars in design, public outreach, just to say we don't think this is a good idea for a greenway anymore because a portion of the community we're hearing from are upset about it. It's just the wrong approach to change policy. There are other tools that have been demonstrated to make those changes. Again, amendment to the transportation plan, removing funding for certain projects in the budget. These are tools that are the council's tools. They're the appropriate tools to use. Amending the process that we adopted unanimously to make public involvement more equitable or differently structured. All those things are viable, but I think it's fiscally irresponsible and really not our role to exercise veto authority over design. And then finally, just final point, that I think this has really all been responsive to one project and a certain subset of residents' disagreement with the the existence of a greenway essentially in their neighborhood. And so the fact that we're trying to override this whole process, which has the likelihood of killing the Greenways program altogether because of the uncertainty it creates and the fiscal irresponsibility, I think that's a very misguided approach to trying to address concerns about one project. Thank you.
Member Sims.
Thank you. I guess the biggest issue that I'm having personally is why is there such opposition to council engagement? I mean, maybe someone can explain that to me. I've heard it's political in nature. It becomes politicized. I mean, maybe I'm not saying it correctly. Why can't we be involved? And I'm not talking about Hawthorne and that. This is the bigger thing. Council engagement. This is very important, and we're going to make some very tough and necessary decision tonight. But council involvement. I'd like for many of you to come again tomorrow night when we've got to decide how to distribute about $343,000 to our nonprofits when it was close to $1 million in requests for those needs. It's not traffic calming, it's just food. It's a place to eat. Now, I'm not minimizing what we're talking about tonight. That is council involvement. I don't get it. I have no intentions of me personally saying, I don't like this greenway, get rid of it, and we waste all the money and design. I've been on the sidewalk committee, I've been on everything since I've been here. So I can see some of the opposition and say, well, you guys are overhanded and you're going to do certain things that we don't want done. I can understand that, but I don't see it that way. It's just our council engagement. That's kind of just the way I see it. Over in Broadview neighborhood, I want to say Ralston and Graham. This when Councilmember Sturbaum was still on the council. And we were there. He's the district rep. I'm an at-large person. I don't think there was anyone else there at that particular, yes, Ms. Rosenberg was there. And I think she remembers one of the issues that I had with this traffic calming neighborhood discussion of people and their input was, first of all, the small number that was there, that was voting. I don't remember what to vote, 9-7 or something, or I don't remember. But I do remember that traffic calming, the little humps and how it intersects with the right-of-way was approved. And I thought that was necessary. One of the biggest issues was the speeding transit bus. That was one of the biggest issues that I recall us talking about. How do we slow down the transit buses? Now, part of that conversation was also to turn, I want to say, Graham into a one-way street, which I did not agree with. I don't think many of the residents agreed with it. Again, the small number. But that was allowed to remain a two-way street by one vote, as I recall, maybe two. Very, very close. Actually, they both were close, but the opposite. So we put traffic calming on one, but kept the other two-way. And what I heard was the residents is like, that's the street I live on. Why do I have to go all the way around here when there's no real rationale for safety for a one-way street? Traffic calming, I get that. But to change the whole direction of that street for people that have been living there, it would have happened without council involvement. That's just all I'm saying. I'm not against our engineers and our planners. I mean, we're great. I mean, I've been doing this for a couple terms, not near as long as some of my colleagues, but I voted for these. I think it's very, very important. But to say you've already approved it, you've already funded it, you know, you've already given authority to these folks to do certain things. Now you guys don't have anything else to say about it and kind of back out of the way. Maybe that's not what I'm hearing. Maybe that's not what Councilmember Rallo's saying, but that's kind of the feel that I have. And I do not like not being able to be engaged as a council member. So it could go either way. My plan would be to support. And I hear what I'm hearing, and I agree with a lot of it. But the thing that gets me is what I'm hearing is too political, political size. We don't want council involved, and that's hard for me to swallow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I would just first of all like to talk about council engagement, since my colleague, Councilmember Sims, brought it up. I think council engagement is important, is necessary, and should be pursued for the issue of greenways as well as most other issues in the community. Council engagement is a good thing, but a council vote at the end of a long process that has taken account of data on the ground is not the same as engagement. Council engagement, I would say, is if we were informed earlier in the process about a greenway plan that has been either brought forward by residents or was in our transportation plan and is now being considered to be built. If we could be informed earlier in that process, we could meet with staff individually or in small groups. We could go to the neighborhood meetings. We could, reach out to residents, make it the focus of our own constituent meetings, and have input in that way. I think that is much more valuable method of engagement. I don't consider it really engagement if we have a process where staff and engineers have spent countless hours meeting with the public, then developing a design, then meeting with the public again, then tweaking the design, then bringing it to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission, and then, only then, going to the council and saying, okay, do you approve of this or not? That is a veto. I mean, at that point, it's either a veto or a, yeah, go ahead. And that threat of that, and I call it a veto because as far as I understand, the council would not have the ability to amend what is happening. They would just have the ability to say yes or no. And that's what a veto is. And I think that is not productive at all. That is not council engagement. That is a council veto power. So I feel very strongly that if Councilmember Rallo and others in the community want greater council oversight for greenways, then they should propose a revision of the transportation plan. In that proposal, they could put more details as to what greenways are, maybe even have option A, option B of this is what greenways are, and have it match up with our where greenways appear on the map. Their proposal could then take out whatever greenways they feel don't need any work on them at all, don't need any revisions, or should not be turned into greenways. They could take that out and bring forward that proposal, and that the council could then discuss. But don't bring forward a last-minute veto power over what staff and residents have spent months developing. That is fiscally irresponsible. It is not true democratic engagement, and it is not based on data. So I'm going to be voting against this ordinance.
Sandberg.
Thank you. Throughout this debate, I've tried very carefully not to overthink things, because for me, and why I will support this is a simple matter of restoring a balance that has been lost. And I've observed it being lost from actually the beginnings of the UDO discussions. I was involved in that all 3 of the years of the very difficult discussions, where it appears to me that there was an attempt to minimize the responsibility of the city council, the elected body who has fiscal oversight over many things legislative oversight and the responsibility to represent the public, to cut us out because we are somehow impediments. I've heard tonight we've been called waste of time. We've been called a waste of money. We're bureaucrats. We're going to cause all these delays. And I want to assure the public that if residents initiate and welcome traffic calming and greenways projects in their neighborhoods, there would be no reason for any of us on this council to deny it. There's a fear that's been whipped up from the residents and some of the comments that we get, and we get emails. This is not the only opportunity for you to communicate with us. We hear from you all the time. We hear from you in our constituent meetings. We get emails. We hear all kinds of negative things out and about when we're living our lives and out in the community, but there seems to be a fear of residents that the council intent here, that Councilmember Rallo's ordinance here, is for us to kill good projects that you as residents, neighbors, homeowners may see as valuable and want, and that's not the case. This is not a matter of us vetoing things and voting no on things. This is a matter of us having intentional involvement as we are the elected officials responsible for fiscal decisions as well as policy decisions and legislations. To be involved at the beginning of this process, and it sounds like when everybody's on board and everybody's informed and everybody has an opportunity to hear what's being planned and what's going to happen to their properties and their streets and their lives, essentially, and our city's budget, we can get people on board very quickly. There'd be no reason for anybody to vote no on anything. It's that do not eliminate the importance of the checks and balances from the administration who hires the staff and the council who is elected by the people to be involved in these important decisions. Now, I don't know that we would be this interested in it if we hadn't heard such opposition to some of the things that were being imposed. But since we did, it caused many of us to think, yes, things are out of balance here. I have never in my time on this council been told that staff interacting with a member of the city council needed some sort of a fiscal impact. I have never put a price tag on any of my conversations with staff or with any member of the public. That's my job. That's their job, to communicate with the city council in a way that ensures we have good oversight of these expensive projects, these projects that do have impacts, not just fiscal impacts, but impacts on people's homes, on their safety, and of course, on our city budget. So with this current process, we've got a staff-led process, and we have a resident-led process. Both of those things are good, though both of those things are important. What's missing? Council involvement in the end product and in the product from the beginning and then at the very end. I would attest that if there's known by everybody in the process that there's going to be a council vote at the end of it, I think that'll ensure better communication, better empowerment, better understanding of what is this greenway and what does this mean to my street and my intersection and my safety. I think that intentional involvement by the council is critically important, and all I'm trying to do by voting yes is restore the balance in checks and balances. And for anyone who calls this body undemocratic, that is just, wow, that was a mind blow. That's our whole reason to exist. If you all could just figure it out yourselves, why would you even need a city council that's responsible to you and responsible to this budget? We must have involvement in these important decisions. And so this is a simple matter for me. It just restores a balance that seems to have been knocked out of whack. And it kind of started with the UDO, that somehow city council were just a bunch of bureaucrats and micromanagers, and we just need to just go away. No. I don't think that's right. So I will be voting yes. I don't think it's all that complicated. We're not going to delay things. We're not going to cost any more money. I think it just adds that level of oversight That is why I ran for office in the first place, to be able to provide that as a public servant. And I thank you, Councilmember Rallo, for sticking your neck out and bringing this forward. It's not been easy.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. This is a very interesting evening. I'm really kind of shocked by the vehemence, the reaction. I agree with Councilmember Sims. I don't see the threat of council oversight on something that is as significant as this type of infrastructure, which will fundamentally change streets. I'm kind of surprised by that, and I think that either there's a lack of understanding, or this is some kind of maybe straw man or something are being proposed, that this is all about veto, and this is a veto power at the end. I mean, I can't count the number of times that council has taken umbrage at the administration coming to the council and saying, you know, look, we've gone through this whole process, we've hired these consultants, and now, you know, don't hold this up, whatever policy it was, because all these sunk costs were involved, and therefore just go ahead and rubber stamp it. And we take umbrage at that, because no, it's our role to say, where's the data? You know, has the process been working? You know, it's not just review at the final step. Our role at the end of the process implies that we will be informed throughout the process, and it will be in the interest of the planning staff to come and say, here's what we're working on, and here's what's happened. They give us an update, and here are the meetings that we've had to date. So I would be shocked if we only heard it at the end and we would suddenly veto it because it was such a horrible project. I don't intend on. I want a better process, and I want to approve of the greenways, and I want them done right, and I want them done in a proper process. Speaking of process, I'm a little bit behooved too, because I explained at a previous meeting to Councilmember Flaherty that I did attend a Bike and Ped Safety Commission meeting. The item was put on the agenda. One item was taken off, and this was substituted suddenly by Assistant Director Rosenbarger. And I wasn't invited to that meeting, but I found out, and I turned up to answer questions. So I did attend that. You weren't present. You could have watched it. I guess it was recorded. So you should know. I explained that at a previous meeting. I also attended the meeting where people were upset, and I understood why. And Councilmember Sandberg attended that meeting, but Councilmember Flaherty did not. So I'm taken to task for apparently not showing up to meetings when I indeed did. But in any case, just getting back to the matter at hand, this just ensures that we have the engagement with the public. We are the elected body, as Councilmember Sandberg said. It expands the democratic process. It provides that kind of balance between the administration and the council. And I think that it'll create a better product in the end. So I can only guess that this fear of the council involvement is because there is a certain amount of power. You know, the Bike and Ped Safety Commission, of course, they voted unanimously against it. Councilmember Flaherty, they knew about this for 6 months, but Councilmember Flaherty went to them in the past week and said, I assume do you want to make a motion or a resolution opposing it? And they did, because it does diminish their power. They don't have the final say. But I've attended those meetings, and they don't talk in detail about the fiscal impacts. They don't mention the fiscal impacts. They're more concerned about the infrastructure involved. But our job is fiscal impacts and budget. So all the work that's involved in this, of course, is like any other product that we oversee, like the budget. Imagine how much work goes into the budget that we might vote against, I suppose, but we don't. And it behooves the staff to give us a good product, to convince us that it's fiscally sound and that it's worthy of approval. Otherwise, I don't, as Councilmember Sandberg says, I don't know what role we have. But I think that we do need to have this role for the balance with the administration and for oversight and to be more responsive to constituents. That was why I brought this forward, because of requests from residents to do so. Just a final thing to say, there was a lot of comment from the public about equity concerns, and I am totally concerned about that. I don't agree with Mr. Stussberg. I respect his report. I think it was a very selective study, and I've told him that at a meeting. So for instance, I'll just mention one aspect of it, that 2 full years of the sidewalk budget were spent on a sidewalk between Union Street and the bypass. It was a long stretch. But we all agreed it was needed because it was a well-worn path where people were obviously walking. But that was brought forward by the representative from District 3 to connect District 3 to campus. And it happened to run through District 4. I didn't advocate for it, he did. He wanted it because he had constituents coming to him. And now, actually, with redistricting, it is in District 3, as a matter of fact. So there are things that are missing from Mr. Stussberg's report, but equity is important. And so when I see, for instance, a need for some kind of traffic calming, that is a pedestrian crossing at Sheridan and Maxwell, and I met with staff, I met with the engineers, and I said, what can be done? And they said, we could re-engineer this entire intersection, and it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I said, what about a stop sign? Well, we don't advocate for stop signs, but it could work. It could work here. We won't object to it. So I thought, well, a stop sign's under $1,000. So now we have the ability to use that hundreds of thousands of dollars for other things in the city, like Jack Hopkins or like other projects involving greenways. Same thing with this project. If I see a project that I hear and I understand may be overbuilt, that's an opportunity cost for the greenway that's needed in Maple Heights. That I can't remember her name, but the woman who spoke passionately about the need for it in her neighborhood. Elm Heights really doesn't need this in my mind, but I could be convinced, and given the data, but that wasn't in the offing, really. It was a fast track process that left out public input. So just to ensure that that happens, I think having council involvement is a good thing, and it's not a boogeyman. It's part of the process of democratic inclusion. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I'm going to support this ordinance, and I think the rationale for me is if there's a greenway project or some other project in the city that we have a strong mayor model here in Bloomington, and maybe you can think of the Cascades issue where it's been brought back up to close Cascades Road again, and the constituents already said no, and we already voted that down. So it's getting brought back up again, and part of it is because it's being, forwarded by the administration. So when that happens, if there's no council oversight, what does the public do? Who do they ask? Who do they talk to? Well, if our oversight is taken away and we don't do that, then It's not going to be fought for on our constituents' behalf by us. And I think that's what we're here for. I know that Councilmember Rallo was much more eloquent in saying all this, but that's our fiduciary oversight. And I don't believe this is going to affect negatively the Greenway projects, but we'll see that it feels okay to our constituents, and we'll align with that and hopefully vote that way. Thank you.
When the NTSP, the program that TCGP replaced, was created in 1999, engineering was a function of the Public Works Department. Then it moved to planning before becoming its own department just a couple of years ago, after the TCGP was created. The fact that engineering and no longer planning and transportation and no longer this body designs speed bumps or chicanes shows how much the way the city approaches street design has evolved. The NTSP, I want to remind everybody, was a broken system pretty much from the get-go that we endured for 20 years. The few times it was invoked in an effort to do traffic calming somewhere in the city, we had hours-long debates in this chamber like this one tonight, each time. Back in 2019, everyone thought fixing it was a good idea. No one is saying council should not have say. What we're debating tonight is how much say council should have. Mr. Duncan's argument about balancing over and under representation is telling here. That's what we've been trying to do as a council for my entire tenure, to strike the right balance. I'm going to take at face value Councilmember Rallo's assertion that introducing this ordinance in short order was the only way he could think of to stop what he thought was a bad outcome caused by the new program. However, if the council's most senior member doesn't give staff enough of the benefit of the doubt, why should we expect a room full of incensed but misinformed neighborhood residents to give staff the benefit of the doubt? The introduction of Ordinance 2235 is at least proof that council has this much invoked word tonight, oversight. Mr. Rallo could have introduced an ordinance to change the transportation plan. But instead, we have an ordinance undoing the whole TCGP over this one project. The political concerns of these residents inspired a political overreaction from their district representative that took several months to come back to us with cooler heads prevailing. This is the same man who brought back the 4th Street Garage from the dead in spring 2019. He has knowledge of all our processes. He's the parliamentarian. If anyone has oversight, Mr. Rallo does. Instead of giving the staff the benefit of the doubt, though, as the most senior member of council who knows as much as anyone here might know, he quickly threw together an ordinance to stop one project dead in its tracks. I don't blame him for trying to find a way to undo something he doesn't agree with, but it does matter how he does it. If we undo this program, one consequence is we return to those messy meetings where we go for hours after hours of unrelated preliminaries, and there's lots of sound and fury, and citizens on either side of an issue have to wade through it all. How much does this council want to take on? Taking just this duty back from staff is inconsistent. This entire term, we've been arguing about our processes because we don't have time to personally hear every possible issue from every citizen who protests. If council really wants oversight, we could just dump our municipal code, make Solomonic decisions on every new street, every new sewer, every new street light. The same principle adheres here as to another formerly troubled program, the reserved on-street parking program. It was the subject of tremendous debate over individual preferences, and we killed that program for a reason. The people who have spoken in support of this tonight keep saying we need more public input, but they consistently ignore the complaints raised by those against it. The primary argument against it is we need more oversight. I keep hearing that word. Back in 2020, We tried to set up equitable oversight. Yes, through standing committees. Councilmember Rallo, Councilmember Sandberg fought it tooth and nail. Suddenly tonight they want more oversight, but just for this, when they don't even have complete command of the powers that they do have. Oversight only seems to get invoked when it's something a member doesn't like. Councilmember Rallo had other options, but decided hastily on this one, never considered the other options, brought this one back after months, blinded by it as the only solution he could think of, and we're still talking about it in its insufficiency. Mr. Rallo's argument for more oversight is a call for more council staff hours in our council budget, because there are so many of us who want to keep track of the many, many different initiatives that council members feel we need to track, but simply do not have enough hours in our personal days to follow. But the oversight he calls for generally, in that way, will have a fiscal impact. He's also right that this is about process, but his re-engineered process from 2235 once again goes too far the other way. It'll favor those with the privilege to attend meetings to have an extra bite at the apple. If we're going to codify the complex nuances of a greenway, we need to codify everything else, lane widths, bike lanes, etc. This is not the solution. If we're going to talk about process, let the council consider this. We know how much time we're supposed to take for each regular period of our meetings. We moved to extend one of our periods tonight. But we can control our time better by putting limits on more than just public comment. We can put limits on debate like we're having right now. We allow ourselves unlimited debate. We can put limits on the question and answer period. We can put limits on each individual member's opportunity to ask a question. Members can reclaim their time if they need to. We can limit the whole time the time we'll spend on the ordinance as a whole, so that people know when they can go home without missing their chance to speak, knowing that it will be taken up at a later meeting. We could do all these things to let people schedule around an issue of such importance. We have always been able to do that, but this council has steadfastly refused to do so. We take up issues in regular sessions like this one entirely at the convenience of council members. And then we complain that there's not enough public input. If Councilmember Rallo were also willing to schedule ordinances to be heard at a particular time, then people who supported his ordinance could predict when they had to be here as much as people who opposed it. If we promised not to hear it again before it was continued at another meeting, more people could have arranged to come to speak to it and not have to guess when we take it up at our own convenience. This ordinance began being discussed at 8:25. If we had scheduled it for 8:30 and agreed to stop talking about it at 10:30 and agreed to continue talking about it at the next meeting, that would be more equitable for everyone. But we have never wanted to do it. It's always been inconvenient for my colleagues. For all these reasons, I cannot support this ordinance. I am sensitive to the reasons why Councilmember Rallo reacted the way he did with Ordinance 2235 that became this ordinance. But it is not a sufficient solution. It is inconsistent with oversight across the board, and I urge him to reconsider a different way of approaching this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenberger.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you to everyone who has commented so far. It's been very interesting. I would say in general, like I said before, I'm up for considering changes to this program. But as so many folks have said tonight, I don't think this change is the right change. And I think it misses the mark. I think it puts too much power on council too late in the process. This is the final step of a month-long, maybe year-long process that has actually cost the city tens of dozens of staff hours, consultant dollars, and it feels like if council members want to be engaged, as they have said tonight, engagement doesn't come in the form of veto or oversight. Engagement comes in the form of participating in the process from the very beginning. I repeat what Mr. Duncan said, that he would love you would love council involvement during this process. Like, we can be involved in this process from the beginning and we can help inform it, but it doesn't have to come in the way of oversight. I think this amendment makes an unpredictable process, and it is a waste of resources. Coincidentally, we heard earlier today that both ADUs and duplexes stalled as conditional uses. This is making greenways conditional uses, and I can only imagine that this amendment will stall traffic calming and greenways projects in our city. It's not only disheartening, it creates safety issues for our residents moving about the city. Staff and residents find this updated program to be successful the way it is right now. Staff has seen increased engagement each year from residents in neighborhoods that we so rarely see at our city council meetings. For example, I already mentioned Crestmont has applied for 2 of these projects, and they have had 1 awarded to them. These are folks who almost never come to our council meetings to comment on anything in front of council. We have bicyclists and pedestrians getting killed when using our city streets. They need safer streets, and this is urgent, like incredibly urgent. I don't consider getting people access to food any more or less urgent than working to save lives. And I'm discouraged that one of our council colleagues asserted that food access is more important than saving lives of our most vulnerable street users. If indeed a greenway was designed in error, it's likely that council wouldn't be able to identify such an error, and that we would have any better knowledge of the neighborhood than the residents that were giving feedback in the meetings that already happened. This is an anecdote that I'm going to share that I debated sharing. So I work at the Southeast Y as a staff at the Welcome Center, and sometimes this gives me unique insight into what people think accidentally, because I talk to people and I hear people having conversations. I heard a Weatherstone resident say that they did not want the greenway on Hawthorne Weatherstone because they did not want lower income residents using their street and being near their yard. Like, that makes me tear up. The thing is, I think that streets belong to all of our residents. And they belong to anyone who uses them or can use them, whether they live on that street or not. And people moving through our neighborhoods on our streets need to be kept as safe as we can keep them, whether we live there or not. So having someone say they don't want people from a neighborhood south of them on their street is just incredibly disheartening. And we're talking about letting that run our decision making. Some council members tonight brought up bringing power back to council: veto power, oversight power, fiduciary power. This is the council power hoarding. Our traffic calming and greenways program has empowered residents to make changes in their neighborhood. And this amendment takes power away from our residents. I wasn't going to bring this up, but because power was brought up so much tonight, I'm going to say that power hoarding in this way is a characteristic of white culture. And this culture is powerful precisely because it's so present and at the same time so very difficult to name or identify. And these specific characteristics of behavior is damaging because they are used as norms and standards without being proactively named or chosen by the group. So saying that this is how we've done something for 20 years is not necessarily the most equitable or best way to do it. I think still a better option would be to look at something that is similar to the sidewalk committee, where we have some oversight in the beginning of the process and the budgeting phase of the process, but we don't make the decision in the end after a design has been created. Like, we don't go back and look at sidewalk designs and say, this isn't right. We just let engineering and planning and transportation do those sidewalks after we've agreed to budgeting for them. So I think in general, this is disheartening to me on so many levels, that we are bringing something back that wasn't working and that probably will not work moving forward. I think it's unfortunate that this is going to most likely stall this process, but I hope that moving forward in 2024, we can come back to this and create ways for residents to be involved in equitable ways that we have seen proven to work. Thanks.
And that would be me then. Thanks. I appreciate all the discussion tonight. When I came in tonight, I was feeling pretty conflicted about this and honestly did not have a clear opinion, and I'm still feeling somewhat conflicted about all of this. So I did what I do, and that's I have 2 columns on my notes that say what's compelling to think about and what's not compelling to think about. And there are several arguments I've heard tonight that are not compelling. One is that involving council will somehow politicize the process and make it unjust. Council is just waiting to be obstructionist. I would respectfully disagree. I understand there are people who feel that way. I would respectfully disagree. I don't think that's the case. It would not be my choice to characterize a desire for increased council oversight as power hoarding. So I would note that as well. It's also not fully compelling to me to hear, but there is a plan. There is a transportation plan. There is a comprehensive plan. One of the things I said when we were discussing the stop sign on Sheridan is that we certainly have plans, and I hear Ms. Rosenbarger and Mr. Duncan's comments that that's what they work from. They work from the plans that have been adopted. But one of the things I said regarding that stop sign is that even with our plans in place, when residents come to us with a well-researched, well-thought-out response or set of feedback, set of information or feedback, I think we have an obligation to listen to it. Do we have an obligation to absolutely follow it every time? Of course not. But do we have an obligation to listen to it and create a mechanism for listening to it? I think we do. I think there have been some missteps. I think what gave birth to this particular ordinance focused on the Hawthorne project in particular, and I have tried very consciously to separate out the Hawthorne project from an effort to alter this entire process going forward. And I'm very conscious that those are 2 different things. I do acknowledge, I do sense there have been some missteps in working with the Hawthorne project. It sounds like there was an email that was sent out in error that created some expectations or created some rumors that were not helpful. It sounds as if between the first and second meetings there was somehow some kind of a disconnect and what produced initial feedback somehow didn't translate into a design that had support, the level of support you would expect after hearing feedback in a first meeting. So I acknowledge that there were some missteps there. One of the things I would strongly, strongly encourage planning and transportation to do in the future is to engage and inform council members early. I have written 2 letters of support this year for resident-led traffic calming projects. Both of them I heard about from residents, even though they sent letters of inquiry. It would have been helpful to me to hear, by the way, Sue, within your district, these 2 particular proposals, or these 2 inquiries have come forward. You might be getting a request for that. So I think that kind of communication early is tremendously helpful. I appreciate the suggestion or the observation that it might be a good idea to report every year or every 6 months or whatever's appropriate on the anticipated projects that are coming down the pike, because I think that gives us a chance, that gives you a chance to use us, to engage with our residents. So I would very strongly encourage you, encourage our planning and transportation department to engage council members early, okay? What this comes down to for me is whether or not this process is fundamentally flawed. And what would make it fundamentally flawed in my mind is its inability to involve resident input. Okay, equity is important to me. The comment we heard during public comment about the systemic view and the connectedness of our system, I think were very compelling to me as well. But the fundamental question for me was, do I believe our planning and transportation staff are committed to receiving resident input and incorporating it in as productive a way as possible? And that's why I pushed Ms. Rosenbarger and Mr. Duncan pretty hard on that, and asked them several times in a couple different ways what their thoughts were on that. I'm satisfied that they do. I'm satisfied that they do have that commitment and that they want to engage resident input. I'm satisfied that this was something, at least the Hawthorne Greenway was something of a learning experience, and that there are some refinements in the process that are coming down the pike, not the least of which is informing council members early, but also perhaps some new strategies for meetings going forward that will allow us to avoid or better respond to some of the challenges that we've seen this time. But where I have finally come down, and again, I've struggled with this decision all night. It's, for now, 3 hours. Do I believe this is a fundamentally flawed process? And I guess I don't. So for that reason, I appreciate what Mr. Duncan and Ms. Rosenbarger have said about their commitment to resident input. I appreciate what they've said about learning experiences during this most recent Greenway project, and I won't be supporting this particular ordinance. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I did want to add a couple of things. First, just to clarify the sort of factual record and what I've meant with respect to the Bike Ped Safety Commission. I couldn't recall quite what happened last fall. I recalled it hadn't gone through the commission, so I reached out to commissioners to ask what that process had been, and one commissioner got back to me and said she was the commissioner that asked for it to be on the agenda, that Councilmember Rallo did not request to present, but he did show up that night because he said he noticed it was on the agenda and didn't do a presentation, but spoke during public comment. And then last week, well, Councilmember Rallo earlier said that Councilmember Flaherty went to the Bike Ped Safety Commission in the last week to sort of advocate for this resolution, which is not the case. I made a motion at our council meeting last week to send it to the Bike Ped Safety Commission for their recommendation. I meant for Councilmember Rallo to present it to them and engage with them on it, which did not happen. So I understand he attended a meeting. My point was that the legislative process should really work to engage those resident-led commissions meaningfully in the development, involvement, evolution of the ordinance. So to clarify that. And the second is just, I hear the perspectives of folks that are concerned about, this discussion of politicization or like, I understand some of my colleagues are sort of put off by that term. Maybe a better way to think about it is just policy priorities that range across the council. Before I decided to run for council, it's something I never expected to do. I was involved as a transportation advocate and housing advocate in our community. And part of what ultimately led to my getting involved was that I was disappointed time and again by how easy it was for a handful of folks to kill safety projects or good policies that were called for in our plans, that we said we want to do, that met our goals. And it was so easy to just destroy that. And I've been flipped over cars on my bike. I've been doored multiple times. We have residents dying in our streets, pedestrians and bicyclist users. I feel this very viscerally and personally as one of those vulnerable roadway users, that it's really important that safety is central here. And I want to acknowledge that sort of importance and that fear of the people we're hearing from, that it's not a high enough priority for some council members. And I know we've sort of heard pushback on that tonight, that we all support greenways and we're not looking to kill projects, but just 20 minutes ago, Councilmember Rallo said, and I'm quoting, "Elm Heights really doesn't need this in my mind," end quote. If that's not saying that it's not needed, I don't know what it is. I mean, literally said the words. And just a second example, Councilmember Sandberg in her campaign for mayor spoke repeatedly about how the 7 line was a mistake. This was an award-winning bicycle facility that got national recognition. Talk to folks who bike regularly as commuters on that. They feel seen, they feel safe for the first time ever in this city. And so there are different policy priorities, and to the extent that consider that sort of political process, I think that's what we're speaking to. I know not everyone sees it that way, I know not everybody gets it, but I get it, and I think it's important. That this fear is real based on experience and based on literal things that council members have been saying tonight and in recent weeks. So that's all, thanks.
Additional comment? Oh, Councilmember Rallo, sorry.
Yes, well, I must respond because I think that this mischaracterization of council members is troubling. I too have been hit by a car on my bicycle. I value the stop sign at Dunn and 7th Street because staff recommended it because of numerous crashes that occurred there. And because I not only value bicyclists, but also pedestrians who have no stop sign for a quarter mile or more, half a mile on 7th Street to cross. So to impugn our character because we seem to be unconcerned, I think is well, it's troubling, but it's also completely incorrect and false. What I described was, Councilmember Flaherty, and you can look it up yourself, on page 18 of the transportation plan, Elm Heights is considered the safest area to bike in the city. That's what it says in the plan, in the evaluation by the planning staff. There are other places that don't have that are very risky. And so when I said what I said about misappropriation or misdirection of funding, I meant it. There are places that should be higher priorities, frankly, for a huge amount of money that should be spent for people of lower means, actually. So I hope that helps correct your evaluation of your fellow council members. I think it's unfortunate to impugn us with falsities, really, I think. Thank you.
Is there any additional comment on
Madam-
ordinance 2308?
Madam Chair, thank you. I did not impugn anyone's.
What?
No, second round comments, and he's had twice. He's spoken twice or once?
Twice. Go ahead.
It's late and we have work.
But this is the point that we've never respected debate either. Debate is 2 bites of the apple. And some of my colleagues always wave a hand and dismiss it. I don't want to be here already. Well, then put time limits on everybody. But I have something to say, very brief, and then we can have a third round if it's okay.
Please, go ahead.
Pedestrians don't have stop signs on 3rd Street either on the south side of campus. There's 2 stoplights between Eagleson and Indiana. To single out the 7 line for not having stop signs is just indicative of the micromanagement that underlies the impulse of this ordinance. Let's not micromanage everything, but I do stand ready to discuss a different way of better regulating council's oversight if Councilmember Rallo is. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any additional comments on ordinance 2308, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I know this is tedious and it's late, but it's important. Words matter. I impugned no one's character. I said nothing about character. I talked about policy values and priorities, and I quoted literal verbatim quotes about folks' priorities. We can have policy disagreement. It doesn't mean I've impugned anyone's character. It's important for us, in fact, to be able to disagree on policy without assuming that someone has impugned our character. So I reject that framework. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on ordinance 2308?
Councilmember Sandberg?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Volin?
No.
Flaherty?
No.
Rosenbarger?
No.
Sims?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
No.
Scambalori?
No.
And Rallo?
Yes.
That fails 4-5. Thank you. And that takes us to legislation for first readings.
Madam President, I move that appropriation ordinance 2304 be introduced and read by title and synopsis, by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Volin?
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Sims. Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Scambalori,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
and Sandberg.
Yes.
That motion passes. Will the clerk please read?
Appropriation Ordinance 2304 to specially appropriate from the General Fund, ARPA State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, Parks and Recreation General Fund, and Motor Vehicle Highway Street Fund expenditures not otherwise appropriated, appropriating a portion of the amount of funds reverted to various city funds at the end of 2022 for unmet needs in 2023. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance appropriates an additional $4,035,551 of funds from the General Fund, ARPA State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, Parks and Recreation General Fund, and Motor Vehicle Highway Fund for a variety of expenditures by departments and for certain public safety retention measures.
Thank you. We'll take this up. We'll take Appropriation Ordinance 2304 up next on May 17th, 1 week from this evening. So that takes us to our second of two periods of public comment. May I surmise from everyone's departure? Is there any public comment here in chambers? Okay, and Mr. Lucas, can you extend our invitation on Zoom, please?
Yes, if there are members of the public that would like to speak, please let us know by using the raise hand feature in Zoom, by clicking the Reactions tab or the More tab in your control bar, or by sending the meeting host a chat to let us know you'd like to speak.
Are we seeing any?
I see no takers, no.
And I'm seeing none in chambers. Okay, with that, let's take up matters of council schedule.
Just one reminder, the Jack Hopkins Committee has a meeting tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. It's the committee's pre-allocation meeting discussing funding recommendations, so we will look forward to that meeting. And that is it for tonight.
Thank you. If there is no further business this evening, we are adjourned.